45 seconds. Seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Do you think some of the older gay people should teach some of the younger gay people the ways?
So I'm wondering why they ain't.
Take them under their wing.
Because they're not gay. These transitioning people aren't really gay.
When I bought my first house, the realtor guy said, "Hey man, there's only one problem here." What's that? Some gay guys live right next door to you. I said, "I'll take it." And the guy thought I was gay. I said, "I'm not gay, but you know what? I can leave my mower out at night."
Hey, hold on. Gene said this.
That guy won't steal my mower.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
September 18th, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Brian, the babyface Matroni, our scheduled and always Thursday guest. Going through a tough time right now. So his best friend on the show, really, I think I'm his best friend. We have the longest tenure, but I'm not going to try to step on Seth's best friend toes. They've become the closest. Brian is here today, and Seth offered him some of our cheapy promotional glasses that are like they cost us like 4 cents.
The only person here who invites me to anything is Lummy, so I would say he's my best friend.
Well, that's true. But so in full disclosure, we have a couple sad situations with regards to people on the show, and that is one, Seth's father, Larry, is going through a little bit of a situation, a little skin cancer, may have gotten into his lymph nodes, that they're further exploring that today. I think he's and I'm not trying to get too much in your business, Seth, but I think that your dad is at the hospital today for tests.
Yes.
And then Brian actually has to leave early today, about 8:15, because his mother has a really bad heart situation, like not good.
Yeah, she had a pleural effusion that had to be drained, so her right lung, the pleural space in her right lung was filling with fluid, which is a sign of congestive heart failure. She had swelling in her feet and her legs, and she's been on Imbruvica, which is a cancer medication for her leukemia, marginal zone lymphoma, since January of 2022. And those it's like a low dose chemo essentially that you take in the form of a pill every day, which has been very effective in controlling her cancer, but unfortunately it can wreak havoc on the heart.
On your heart.
Yeah. So
anyway, just to cut you off real fast and then let you pick it back up, but I want you to pick it up a little bit more fashionable than you are now. And
what are you talking about?
And then Seth offered you some of our Bubba Army promo glasses, which is they're just cheapies, and we hand them out at events, and they're not really they're just,
I was just trying to lift the spirits.
They're great for kids.
Well, here's the deal. They're great for, like, if you're going to the Rays game.
You have a kid head.
If you're going to the Rays game Sunday at 1 o'clock on a 90-degree day, and you forgot your regular sunglasses, and you needed something to, for the day, they're day glasses.
Yeah.
So I wanted to offer you, Brian, and some Dion. He has his own the blenders. Dion's got his own.
Oh yeah, blenders are great sunglasses.
So I'd like, if you'd like to, maybe Seth hand these down to Brian if he's gonna. Please be very careful with them, as I've never worn them.
Oh, wow.
And I'm saying, like, and I know Seth gave them to you because you might shed a tear, or you might get emotional today talking about your mom, so he wanted to give you some sunglasses. And I'm like, if we're going to give you sunglasses, we might as well give you some ones that you actually make a statement in. And let's see, instead of the 45-cent promo Willies, get you something that is seen on the sideline of the Colorado Buffaloes every weekend, and put these bad boys on and
wow,
see.
what a sex pot.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
These fit like a glove too, man.
You might want to use those when you're playing poker in Vegas. You know
I
what I'm
can
saying?
leave these out in my front lawn, and my queer neighbors won't touch them.
Yeah, my queer neighbor and my lawnmower.
You know what you need to get you? You need to get you a queer neighbor. They keep their house nice, and they don't steal your stuff.
So when you're done with your sunglass gimmick, just put them back in the protective cover.
Oh, these aren't for me.
Oh no!
I thought they were giving them to him.
No.
Who wants to try on sunglasses?
When are you ever going to wear these, Bubba?
Listen.
When are you ever wearing them?
Brian, they were gifted to me by Dion, and I'd like to keep them, and I'm just offering them to you.
What are you going to keep them in a little box like stuff from Dion?
Please, you know what? I try to be generous and offer you something.
Give him the glasses back.
You're even a dick.
Yeah.
He offered you the chance to put those on.
You're even a dick.
I got to model these so you can thank Dion. Let me cut that tape for
while
me,
you're
too.
on the air, I want you to look better than having some cheap-ass sunglasses on, so I offer you my blenders, offer them to you to wear for the 2 hours and 15 minutes that you're going to be part of the show, and you have the uncanny ability of turning it around and being a dick.
I'm sorry, man.
I mean, Jesus, give them back if you're going to be and put the cheaps back on, or just cry and we can see you cry.
I wasn't going to cry. Seth gave them to me for support. I mean, there will be tears coming up here in the near future, but today we get the news on just what the outlook is. So,
all right. So today is kind of more the diagnostic portion of it. I think that's.
She had all the tests done yesterday. Like a lot of the tests, they're probably going to run some more. But they drained her lungs, so I want to get there and see how she's feeling, because she was real lethargic and not doing well.
If they drained her lungs, I've known, like, Sam Simon was going through a situation where every 21 days or something, before he died in the last year of his life, he had to get his lungs drained once a month.
He was having kidney failure, right?
Right.
It can happen with kidney failure,
right.
too.
But he would, I would talk to him, and as he got closer to that 3-week mark where he was ready for a lung draining, and I guess draining your lungs are brutal. It's brutal.
Well, you got to go to the hospital to do it. They numb you up, and then they stick a needle in there into the pleural space and drain out the fluid.
And they would get Sam would show me pictures of these huge syringes, and it looks like milky white, yellow kind of deal. But he is, as much as he hated it, and he said it was painful, he felt so much better. For those 2 weeks, that you're still have, empty lungs, you feel so much better. I guess it's such a huge burden lifted off to you when after you've gotten them drained. So I think you're going to probably go see your mom, and they've already drained them. She probably is going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I'm hoping, and she finally get a good night's sleep. But we'll see. We'll see what she's doing now. They do. You know what they do sometimes now, Bubba, is if somebody has recurring pleural effusion, they will set up a catheter port.
Oh.
And literally at home you can drain it yourself into a bottle.
Oh, okay. So they kind of pre-pipe you.
If it becomes a recurring thing,
right.
That way you're not having to go into the hospital.
So they put a PICC line or a pipeline, so to speak, that's got an on-off valve.
Yep.
And you just literally, maybe go over the toilet or wherever
into like a bottle or whatever.
Yeah,
and
into
drain
a
it.
2 liter bottle, whatever, and then you drain yourself, and then you're done.
Yeah, they took 20 ounces out of her lung yesterday. But get this, that's considered like the low level moderate.
Oh yeah, that's little. I mean,
So there are people
that do 2 liter bottles.
They've done the most they've ever recorded, 4 liters out of some.
So that's 2 2-liter bottles.
Imagine that being fluid around
and
your
they
lung.
say when you got fluid in your lungs, it's like you're drowning.
Yeah,
they say that you got like you're literally drowning. Like that's kind of the feeling that you have. You're gasping for air.
You can't breathe. You can't breathe. You're
and it's like you're
suffocating for
underwater.
Sure.
It's like unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I really hadn't been an expert on pleural effusions until yesterday.
So what? If you go there today, they're doing tests. They did tests all day yesterday. Now, are they going to present to you, the son and the family, now where we go from here? Like, okay, so we did these tests and we have a game plan. And are they going to lay out the game plan for the family today?
I don't know if we're that far down the road yet. They're going to give us like the preliminary because they have not. I don't know if that they did the echocardiogram yet, and that's going to be important. Well, I think they did do it. So, what the big number that we need and the most vital number when you have congestive heart failure is what is the patient's ejection fraction, which is how much of the blood is moving through the heart with each beat. With each beat, I think.
Like volume wise.
Yeah. So
right.
You want to be above.
So like what? Like almost kind of like, for lack of a better term, because I'm a gearhead, like almost like what your oil pressure is.
Yeah, kind of like
the pressure of which your heart is pushing the blood through the whole system.
And you definitely want to be above 35% on that.
Right.
If you're below 35%, it ain't gonna last long. If you're if you're in the 60s. 50s, 60s, you got a little more time.
Now,
but if you're below 35, it's not good.
Can the part of her heart that's not doing well, can it be replaced, fixed, stented? Is there, they're
not going to do that for her because she's a cancer patient. So
okay.
She won't be eligible for a transplant.
Otherwise,
it's the left ventricle, I think, that is the part where she most likely is having the problem.
Can they go in and put in a left ventricle?
No. What they might be able to, it's going to be a balancing act because if it's the chemotherapy medication that's causing it, they can take her off of that. But then the problem is her cancer's going to come back. And so the type of cancer that she has, it creates too many white blood cells and it crowds out in the space of the blood, the area for red blood cells, which is what carries oxygen.
And I have too many of those.
Right.
Too bad I'm not your mom. I could give your mom some of mine. I'd be like, listen, what's your mom's first name?
Sue.
I have to go in and they take my red blood cells out because I got too many. So how about I just, you come with me, we'll pipe them right into you, honey.
Yeah. So, but
in the overall scheme of things, as far as medicine and operations and things like that, double red blood cells are the most valuable form of blood there is because that's the cell, that's the blood that carries the oxygen. So mostly in surgery is where double red blood cells are used when a person's lost blood and they need to heal. It helps you. I've been told the double red blood cells are the most important portion of the blood compared to the plasma and then the whole blood and things like that. The double red blood cells are what you need.
Well, the whole blood obviously helps people who have had massive blood loss. I don't know what they do with when you have all the red blood cells.
So
just
if
by
she
themselves.
pumps if her oil pressure is today above 35, then she can just continue treatments and stay on course.
I don't know what the outcome's going to be with that as far as the oncologist has to come in as well. I'm very happy because I've been begging my parents to get second opinions on everything forever. I don't know what it is with old people and not wanting to go to the doctor.
No, they get stuck on their one.
I like Dr. McGillicuddy, and that's the only one. Dr.
McGillicuddy's about as old as they are and misdiagnosed her 3 times.
But it's not even just that. It's like sometimes just getting a second set of eyes in there. When you're looking at the same picture every single day, you start to lose the details, right? Because the picture you're too familiar with it. And so getting a second set of eyes in there. So her oncologist doesn't have privileges at the hospital that she's at now. So she's going to get a new oncologist to come in and kind of review everything. And so I'm happy for that, at least.
And by 8:15, you leave today. Get there by what, like 8:45?
8:30. Yeah, it's right. It's the closest hospital to the studio.
Right. Okay. And so good. By the way, good luck on that. And,
thank you.
And I hope the news is that her oil pressure is above 35 and she can continue her cancer treatment. And you get a few more years with you. That's probably what you're kind of hoping for, right?
Yeah, that'd be a best case scenario. Worst case scenario is it's way below 35 and she's got days and weeks. Best case scenario.
Could that be a scenario?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that's something that could happen.
And then the best case is she's pumping 45 and
55%. We're going to send her home. Do this, and this. But we're going to have to. They still may have to take her off the cancer medication at that point. If they determine that's what's damaging her heart.
And then at that point,
it's probably 6 months to a year.
Now, cancer will get her. But it's not going to be,
It could be 6 months to a year at that point.
So Seth, and then your father, Larry.
Yeah. He's going through some stuff at Moffitt. I don't really want to get too far into it at all. But no, I appreciate the people that are thinking about him.
With regards to Seth's dad, they're more in the exploratory. I'm not going to get into it as well. Brian's mom's a little further down the diagnostic line as far as what's been, Larry's still in the, kind of the exploratory deal. And so Seth will be thinking about his father today as he's getting some. I think today's a test day, is it not? They're going to run?
Yeah, they got to. Yeah, they need to see a few things about where it's going.
Right. So there could be some good news in that. I mean, right? I mean, there could be
Absolutely.
There could be some like, hey, listen, it's contained to this area. It's not spread, and we're going to go get it.
We just pretty much wanted to let you guys know why we won't be doing a blizzard today. We do know that we are pussies for caring about our parents. We understand that, and we will wear that when we do the show next week for you guys.
Maybe even open up with, last week we were pussies.
Yes.
But this week we're a little bit more tougher. We took some testosterone shots. And speaking of which, how's the back patch of your back? Is it healing?
Yes.
Will you send me a memo and you can start lifting heavy stuff again?
Whatever you need.
I mean, I
Can I just say,
don't say that because you said that, and I asked you to show up and help me move some stuff on Saturday, and you were on a no lifting regimen, and I wasn't told that till you got to the location, and then I sent you home. So don't.
I'm good. I was going to load some bags for you today.
By the way, Lummy, we sold. It's
really
sold out again.
Wow.
Sold out again on the Bubba retractable knives. Sold out again.
Babyface, do you have one?
What's that?
I was asking if Babyface has one.
I don't think he wants one.
I'm good on that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't want anything that I could potentially forget is on me at the airport.
Well,
True. Get a full cavity search from TSA.
Bubba, I want to know. I don't know if this has been an off-air thing or an on-air thing about your pretzels and how you need pretzels and everything. And
no,
how
I don't need them, but Lummy started this. Lummy and Macho Man started this pretzel gimmick, and I kind of jumped in on it where they always had these little bags of pretzels, a big bag of Snyder sticks. Like here, I'll show you.
Yeah.
They're just like
the
little sticks.
Yeah.
And they're not flavored,
no.
And they're not garlic infused or anything like that. They're just the standard, like what you'd eat like while you're drinking some beer or something.
Right. Well, Lummy brought you pretzels today because you were out of pretzels. Everybody needed pretzels. G needed pretzels. And so Lummy brought a whole box today.
What a guy, man. That was so kind of you.
And it had 4 flavors, okay?
Oh, my goodness. So a variety pack.
So he brings those up there, and Bubba goes, oh, I don't like these.
No, I ate them, and I like, ew, there's too much garlic on them. I just want plain Snyder, plain sticks.
Lummy looked like he saw his dog shot right in front of him when Bubba goes, I don't like these, take the rest away.
Well,
now, hold
I
on.
went to Costco, and that's all. I want to go get, like, a 10-pound bag of pretzels, and all they had was those dats.
They're dots, and they're
Dots.
phenomenal.
They're
They are the
horrible.
greatest pretzels ever made,
Yeah.
and they're not cheap. So Lummy
All right,
got you
well,
gourmet
hold on,
pretzels,
hold
Bubba.
on,
And then
hold
Lummy
on.
walks out and he goes, I
Hold
guess
on.
Macho will eat them.
Hold on. Everybody needs to hold on. This is another example of everybody trying to make me look bad. When I started eating some of their pretzels, because this pretzel gimmick started out as a Lummy and Macho Man deal, and then I kind of double dutched in and started taking some of their pretzels. Listen, I only ask for like this little amount here will last me for the entire show, because you can't eat them. And you got to give yourself about a minute before we come back from the network to get it completely out of your, because pretzels are sticky, so you got to wash them down and at least have a minute to get it out, because you'll have pretzel paste mouth. So I about a month ago started saying, hey Lummy, can I have some of your pretzels? And I keep them there and I snack on them throughout the show. That's it. Well, I felt bad that you probably went through probably a half a bag of their pretzels.
Half a bag over a month?
Yeah, this is all I take. This is literally all I take.
We're happy Bubba joined our group.
They're not going to, Lummy's never going to admit how much he's been spending on Bubba's pretzels.
So guess what?
Yeah, but Bubba really
hold
stepped
on.
up.
But guessed up. So I was like, you know what? Next pretzels are on me. So I ordered 4 big bags to be sent here to the studio, and those are the bags of pretzels we've been using clear up until just a day or two where we ran out. Now, if I need to order another 4 bags, I will. Lummy went out and bought these other ones that I don't like, but I stepped up as much as...
Dude, a pretzel's a pretzel, man.
No, these are different. They are flavored,
Yeah, they
and
are.
if you're not ready for it, it can shock the taste buds.
Yeah.
Lummy, I don't even eat the damn pretzels, and I appreciate it, and I did feel the sadness just, steaming off your body this morning.
I just didn't want to show up without pretzels today.
I know.
Are those the dots that you have in front of you there, Bubba?
No, these are just the standard Snyder
Yeah,
sticks.
we have a bag now here.
Oh, okay.
They're a little
So-
stale, but it'll get the job done.
We got so much to talk about today, and first of all, let me extend my my concern and well wishes to Sue and Larry, and let you guys know that I'm thinking about it. I keep in touch with your mom, Seth, and she's kept me in touch. She's kind of got me up to speed on Larry. So Elise and I do stay in touch, and so. I don't have Sue's number, otherwise I get a hold of her too, but you might not want that. So anyway, I'm thinking about your parents. I can't even imagine. I lost my stepfather a couple.
And Erica lost her mom. I mean, we're all going through it. Man.
Erica lost her mom, and her mom was only 68.
I'll tell you, this is the part of life that nobody prepares you for.
No,
there's nothing when you're growing up. They're like, okay, and then you're going to reach the part of life where your parents' health starts failing, and you got to do this.
And then they're going to come a point where your mom and your dad, they die, and now you are, and then you start aging out. Where, you're getting to the point where, I'm kind of there,
Yeah, you start believing that giraffes are traveling on planes wearing fanny packs. I mean, this part of life just comes up on you quick.
Yeah, exactly.
The world changes fast, and you're not ready for it.
Yeah. I'm probably the next to go.
No.
No, and hold on. On this 4-box square right now that we have on our video.
Seth's anxiety is going to be through the roof.
In this 4-box square, I'm the next to go.
You don't know that.
Oh, how
life's weird,
anything
man.
short of
I could die on my way to the hospital today.
Anything short of an accident or just an absolute.
I could prove you wrong and go stab Brian right now with my Bubba Army knife.
You're just wanting to stab somebody so bad with that knife.
No. Yes, but no. But I'm just saying that you could say that you're the next one to die, and I could go prove you wrong in a second. So
anyway,
you're welcome,
Brian. Like Brian said, nobody as we travel down the timeline of life, nobody prepares you for the amount of sadness and grief that you will endure when you lose a parent that you have a close relationship with, and it just oh my God, it's a grief and a like literally the expression break your heart. It literally breaks your heart. Like I'll see pictures of my stepdad and I'll just start crying. Just because I can never. And then you start recounting the amount of times that,
you didn't do what you should have done?
Or not.
You weren't there when you should have been?
Not that, but man, I can remember one Thursday, Eddie called me and he knew that I didn't have to be at the track for the weekend, so I kind of had an off weekend. And he's like, and Eddie loved to golf. You know that, I love it. He actually had he had a couple of hole-in-ones at the they lived in a retirement community, and he was a pretty good golfer. And he golfed every day. He was retired. My mom slept till 11. And Eddie got up at 6 and got 18 holes in, and then came home and made my mom breakfast. They had their own little routine. And so one Thursday he called me and said, "Hey, after your show, why don't you come over to the house? We'll get in the golf cart and play 9 holes." And I was like, I could have done it. I should have done it. And I was just tired, Lummy, and just whatever. I didn't have really a lot planned. I'm like, Eddie, I'm real busy with some stuff. And that was the weekend before he died. Oh. And I was just like, God, so you kick yourself in the ass how many opportunities that you didn't go and see your parents when you should have. And so I find myself, like last Saturday, last Friday night, Lummy, I went over to my mom's house. You guys are going to laugh. Good. We put the Warsaw football game on her TV. And we watched the Warsaw football game together.
Oh, man, I bet she was in heaven.
You know what?
She had her feet there, and she got to feed him snacks.
Exactly.
Of course she was in heaven.
She was in heaven because I was there.
Did you fill her in on the backstory of all the children that were playing?
No.
So this kid blasting the head cheerleader.
No.
Down to a nub. And let me tell you, she's hot. And she's almost 18.
But she's got always like this little list of things that need to be done. So Erica will do the list of things that need to be done, and I'll sit and visit with my mom. And that was a great Friday night for her.
You mean Erica almost done laying the new shingles on the roof?
That's
Erica, keep it down on the roof. You're being too loud.
Erica, we're trying to watch a football Warsaw versus Wawasee game.
Is she doing? She's doing handyman stuff, isn't she, Bubba?
There was two things that needed to be done. One, my mom needed a new Blink battery put in her surveillance outside of her garage, which is just a little ladder and a battery, and Merch Crick said, I got that. And then the other thing she needed when she goes into to Costco or whatever and buys cases of water, she can't lift the cases of water out of the back of her Cadillac SUV and into the she has and you will soon, a garage refrigerator, and that's where she keeps her bottles of water.
Nice.
So I did that. I unloaded the stuff and filled up her fridge.
Are you really being honest? Are you sure Merch Crick didn't do that?
No, I did it.
Okay.
Merch Crick was busy changing her oil.
She was. There's this guy. His name's Mario.
She was field dressing a deer that I hit in my car on the way over there.
His name's Mario. Somebody. I don't know how he got my personal email, but he did.
God.
And he sends me Instagrams.
Marino.
And listen.
Why don't you block it? Why you keep opening it?
Because sometimes he doesn't say. I don't use a lot of his stuff, but sometimes he sends me stuff that I like. And this, listen, you guys can watch certain stuff on Instagram that you like. And he sent this to me. And if I could do this, I would. I think this is a pro stock, and I would love to be able to do this. Let me a wheelie off the line, but you stay on the gas because you got wheelie bars, and you wait for the front end to calm down. You actually shift. Going into second actually takes the nose down. And then those are the shift lights that come up. And then on that last one, you don't shift to fourth. You never get any higher than third.
Is this the actual list of this?
No, he's just
sending you videos of other random people racing cars?
Well, he knows what I like.
You know how things were in the early 2000s, Brian, when you get stuff right there, 7 years of bad luck?
I don't know. So he goes through 5 here.
Wow.
I erroneously said third.
That's
but
a Zephyr wagon.
So he goes through 5 here. Here's 1.
Hashtag that one Wheelie Wednesday.
2, 3, 4, 5. And you just wind it out in 5 until you hit the finish line. This was from last night. I think the Rays in Toronto. And Brian, I don't know if you watched the game or not, where the fan they called fan interference, and I've very rarely do you hear fan interference. Yes, home run sticks too. Usually you'll get fan interference, ground rule double
or out
out. Yeah, they'll but very rarely do you get. Yes, we acknowledge there's fan interference, and we're going to give the guy a homie. That's kind of a rare combination, isn't it, Brian, in sports?
Yes.
Usually it's fan interference, guys out.
Yep.
And a high fly ball back into deep right center field. Does it have enough? That ball
And I think they give me a replay here.
is...
And the actual ruling was it was fan interference, but the ball was out of the park. And the fan had the right to grab it.
Well, then it's not fan interference.
Well, but that's what they call it.
I know, but fan interference is when they come into the field of play and interfere with...
impede the guy from catching.
Yeah,
whereas I think the guy didn't have his glove. I think if the guy would have had his glove touched or moved by the fan, then that's a different call. But the guy's glove was actually not going to catch the ball.
If the guy's glove goes over the wall, the fan can knock it out of the way. If he is outside of the field of play, then there is no fan interference.
If you draw like an imaginary wall straight up from that extends, just keeps going imaginary. If the ball passes that imaginary line,
yes,
then it's in play for the fan.
Yep. They can do whatever they want. They can knock the player's hand out of the way. They can't take it out of his glove, but they can do whatever they want to interfere with him being able to make that catch.
As long as it breaks that plane.
As long as he's outside of the field of play.
But if the fan breaks the plane, meaning going onto the field, the playing surface,
yes,
then that's when it ends up being a problem.
Correct.
Did the fan grab it?
Ed, watch right here. Lucas is there to time it, and he reaches right out in front of his glove.
The asshole that made this video, Lummy, put the words. He should, rather than to put it down here, he put the words right where the catch was going to be.
That picture that we saw coming out, right there. I mean, Lucas is.
All right, so here you go, right here. If you look right here,
yeah.
So this guy, the player is over the wall. The fan is behind the wall, and the guy probably adding, yet another layer of insulation for the fan is the guy's glove, the player's glove isn't even lined up to catch the ball. He's off.
Positioned well, and the fan steals it.
After review, there is fan interference, but the ball would have been a home run anyway, so it's a home run.
Oh, there you go. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's a rare call.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, that absolutely is.
That's a rare call.
Normally, it's the ball was a home run, so there is no fan interference. There is fan interference, but it would have been a home run anyway.
Almost doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Interference, but it was a home run anyway.
They split the difference.
They did. And
that was the game. That was the difference in the game.
It was 2-1, wasn't it?
They won 2-1 because of that home run.
That was not last night. That was the night before.
2 nights ago.
Because that went last night.
Then
the
if that was the night before, then that
they're one of
wasn't
the one of the worst teams in baseball. I think they're 3-7 in their last 10. I think they're what?
Oh, they're
fried.
Yeah, they're fried.
I will though, man. That third baseman we got, he's going to end up beating. I think he's going to end up. Is he going to end up beating?
It's going to be close. Him and Pena.
Yeah, was Pena 48?
46. He's at 44. Junior Caminero. If anybody wants any of his cards, I've got a lot.
I mean, his cards have got to be, Brian.
Nope, you would think so, Bubba. You would think so.
No, for real. Like you would think a guy that is that young. I mean, what is he? 22?
22. Just turned 22 in July.
And so if you're 22 and you're hitting nearly 50 dingers. And you're going to potentially break the team record in home runs.
Yeah.
You would think that thing would be worth $1.
Yeah, you
$2.
would. Oh, I mean, it's worth dollars, but not the level of the other young superstars.
Do some Rays in the card collection world? So this would be to you and Seth. In the card collection world, do some teams get favorable? Like what something's worth just based on being a Yankee or a Dodger, and you get a guy like a Ray who is really, a good player, and that card would be worth a lot more if he was a Dodger.
Seth?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were talking to Brian.
No, I said Seth and Brian.
Yeah, it'd be worth a lot more if it was a Dodger or Yankee. He's under the radar. Even you can hit as many home runs as you want in Tampa Bay, but if you're not winning, people are gonna really not notice what's happening.
His cards would be worth almost double if he was a Yankee or a Dodger. Almost double what they currently are.
What's the all-time? Here's a trivia question for y'all.
He's going to drop the mic on us, Seth.
No, I'm not. I'm asking it as a question. I don't know the answer.
Oh, okay.
And the question would be what's the all-time most valuable Tampa Bay Rays player card? What would you say the most valuable person to ever be a Ray? Or the most valuable Rays baseball card would be? Would it be?
Person to be
Evan
a Ray.
Evan Longoria rookie?
No. So we're talking about a Ray that was a Ray at the time the card was made, or a Ray that whatever their card would be.
I would talk about what in today's world, September 18th, 2025, what's the most valuable baseball card on a player that had a Ray uniform on in the card?
Okay, Junior Caminero's Superfractor 101 would probably be it. That would be my guess.
The guy we're talking about now.
Yeah.
And
Seth,
his rookie.
I looked it up. He got Roberto Alomar 05 signature tops for $3,500.
Roberto Alomar played for the Rays?
He did for about a week, and then I think they said he had AIDS and he retired.
Oh, that's nice. So you're saying does he have a Ray uniform on?
Well, yeah, he played spring, and I think he played like I said.
I didn't know. I was supposed to interview John Rocker today. It got moved to next Wednesday.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that Rocker's last team that he played with was the 03 Rays.
Yeah, he had some rough outings back then.
He played. I think he pitched 2 appearances and they fired him.
Yeah.
I think he had Lou Piniella. Those were some really, as much as we're bitching about the Rays being, playing 500 ball right now, those were some really lean years. Those, the early, I would say the first 12 years of Tampa Bay Rays baseball. Well, it was tough.
I was season ticket holders when I was 18 because tickets were $180 in the upper deck for the season. Yeah. That's pretty bad.
So, so the all-time most expensive, valuable Rays baseball card is Roberto Alomar, who played for 2 weeks until he quit because he had AIDS, and that's worth $3,500.
Is that true? Roberto Alomar has AIDS?
Or he had HIV. He had some kind of sickness. They said that it might have been AIDS. You could look it up, though.
Lummy, you just can't throw AIDS on a guy.
Oh, he did, and we all went with it.
Lummy, you're now turning it into some kind of sickness. I feel sorry for that guy. He's got some kind of sickness which could be anything, and you throw AIDS on a fella.
It may. I don't know if it is, but I just had never heard that. Roberto
Alomar wife says he has HIV.
Yeah, but how about this? How about some of these? How about some of these players, Brian? apparently.
Lummy was right on this, Bubba. That's a mic drop for Lummy.
Okay, but hold on.
He had HIV.
What about
sexual assault? I'm tatering him up.
So that card's worth $3,500, Lummy?
Mm-hmm.
So what about like when Fred McGriff played his last couple seasons? Well, not really. He went on to the Cubs, I think, and maybe Atlanta. But Fred McGriff at one time was a Ray. Wade Boggs was a Ray.
Wade Boggs is number 2.
Ray. I'm sorry. Jose Canseco was a Ray.
Yeah, but their cards when they were on the Rays are not worth anything. Their cards, if you
rookie card,
a PSA 10 rookie Wade Boggs card, then that's going to be worth something. But any card while Wade Boggs was on the Rays is a beer coaster.
A Jose Canseco rookie card from Oakland would probably be worth something, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah, not a ton, but like a Wade Boggs PSA 10 rookie is I'm going to guess like what do you think, Seth? 5,000?
Oh God, I don't think so. I don't think cards from the 70s or 80s
yeah,
are
you're
worth
right.
that much.
It's only $400.
What about what about a Derek Jeter rookie? Or like an Alex Rodriguez rookie, or like a Roger Clemens rookie, and do some of these within the card world? If you've been like a Barry Bonds or a Roger Clemens, people that have been in the part of the steroid Balco deal, does that have anything to do with their value as well? I mean, do the people that grade the cards and how much cards are worth, if you've been part of a scandal, does it take your card value down?
I would say it impacts it a little bit, yeah, because they're never some of those guys are never getting into the Hall of Fame, and Hall of Fame induction definitely bumps up the value of the players' cards.
Right.
What say you, Seth?
I don't know. I don't really know. There's not really a lot of like Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire cards out there. So,
did you guys get the Ty J stuff?
Yes.
Good. Let me know when I can get that.
I'll send it all in your messenger.
And then the new trailer as well.
I'll send all 3 right now.
Okay, appreciate it. I'm gonna get to those probably next. I got a story that so Arnold Schwarzenegger, in his most in shape, biggest that he ever was listed at 6'1" to 6'2", 250 pounds. So that's a big dude.
That's beefy.
That's a big dude. 6'2", 250. And everybody knows, Arnold was like, what, a 7 or 8 time Mr. Olympian? Like he was just an absolute freak of muscles. Came from I think Austria.
Yes.
I think he's from Austria. And so, that's a big dude.
Can we hear your Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation?
No, I don't want to do it.
Everybody in chat's asking for it.
No, I will not.
Okay.
Appreciate it. I don't do impersonations very good. And when I do them, you guys make fun of them. So, you kick a dog too many times, and he finally just does. You guys have got me hand shy.
You do Tuttle and Gene like it's nobody's business.
Yeah,
Dion.
Dion is good.
No, my Gene Lasker's the best. My Gene Lasker's probably the best.
Your Trump's good.
No, I don't know about that.
People are saying you've done a good Arnold before.
No, I've not done a good Arnold. Stop.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
How long? The whole year? Oh, they're fucked, man.
They have to have surgery on his knee.
They're fucked.
Who is?
Bach, the guard for the Bucks. The big ginger.
They're toothless.
He's out for the year.
Isn't he one of their big?
Yeah.
I mean, anytime you lose an offensive lineman in the NFL, you're fucked.
And now the Bucks have 3.
Other than worse should be coming back, but other than quarterback, there is not a bigger drop off between starter and backup than offensive line. Like, it is just.
People have no idea the significance of how the game is played and won by the offensive line.
I mean, they're arguably the most important position on the field because they're protecting your most important position.
And then defensive line. If you got a defensive line that can put a quarterback under pressure, that
mean, that's what the Packers are going with right now this year.
Well, we're seeing the results of a bad offensive line in Cincinnati. Is that Joe Burrow can't make it through the season?
Will you tell Macho?
He's not here.
Will you tell Macho? Oh, he's not?
No. Good morning, Yinzer. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the well wishes. We'll see how today goes,
One day
at a time. One day at a time.
I got a new trailer.
For the doc?
For the doc. They're just cutting up, making different edits. This is going to be a little bit more
I'm featured in this one.
For Donald Trump fans.
Oh, good. They've been struggling lately. They've had no wins lately, and so it's good for them to finally get some stuff that'll make them happy. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom.
Hey, never mind. I'm gonna do Taji, then I'm gonna do the trailer.
Okay.
Here's your shades back, buddy.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You know what they call those when I wear them? Beta blockers.
Hey, do you have the link tree? Do you have the link tree
For
a beta blocker?
for video killed?
Anxiety?
Huh?
Yes, one second.
Just text it to me.
Okay.
My wife takes them before presentations at work because she gets anxiety.
I gotta send it to Roger Stone.
And it works really well.
I try it.
Yeah. Propanol it's not propanol, but it's something like that. The one that she takes.
Yeah, remember the Bengals had that chance to draft Penei Sewell, and they took Jamar Chase, and I mean, it's great. But holy moly,
yeah,
they haven't been able to fix that line in like 3-4 years.
Yeah, sorry, I had to send something to Gary real quick.
I'm the most important. I got a guy, got Roger Stone waiting for this.
They have 60% of their cap tied up in Higgins, Chase, and Burrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's tough to field Super Bowl winning team when you have that.
They should have let T. Higgins walk.
Absolutely.
It's what?
They're not even using them.
I'm sending it right now.
Texting it?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you could have gotten probably an equivalent receiver in the third round of the draft.
Well, Joe Burrow can make a lot of people look good, I think.
I wish you would. You sent me something that is completely in a different language.
That's what it is.
It's not. It's.
I didn't see the results. Who won, Walker or Gene?
You sent me something I can't.
Gene by one game.
That's what he has up there right now.
Well,
God damn it.
God damn it. You sent me something that's like in German. What's it? Isla, Fussi. Go find it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Any luck, Lummy?
Yes.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. There you go, Lummy. That's what I needed. What was the problem? You sent it to me like in German.
Yes.
What was... The answer is not yes. What?
Well, I sent it to you in German.
You did?
Yes.
Why? Why did you send it to
my iPhone? When I scanned it off the computer, that's what it sent. Because you can scan the text off the screen.
It is almost Oktoberfest, so I think it's appropriate.
I don't know what that means, but
so you can take a picture, scan it, so you don't have to type out a whole link, and it copies it for you and pastes it into the message.
And it made it German,
and it sent that link.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to type it out.
Man, Ty J, I got to have Ty J run by. Ty J, one of these days, get with us when you want to swing by the studio so we can get you some new and improved. The new Bubba Army stickers are far more better quality than the ones you have in your hand and you're handing out. And so Ty J is boots on the ground Bubba Army. Ty J Armstrong, former Buccaneer, now owns #86drone. He owns his own drone company, works mostly for insurance companies and roofing companies, but he'll drone your entire property or your roof or your house for insurance purposes and for just, a lot of people need their house and various properties droned. And Ty J has, it's just, he works just all by himself. He has enough work to have a couple other operators, but he's like, I don't want to deal with people. I don't want to deal with making sure a dude makes it out to this particular.
All of a sudden, I get a video in German.
Yeah, all of a sudden, I get a video in German. You did send it to me in German. You did doing that.
Yes, that's why I said yes the first time.
Okay.
Because I saw my link.
So Ty J is always rolling around Bubba Army, looking for Bubba Army, talking to Bubba Army. He works, out in the field nonstop. And I think Colton's like this. Lummy, he hands out bumper stickers, and I don't know if Average Joe does. But this is the organic. This is the organic portion of our brand.
The Bubba Army Street Team.
Yeah, the Bubba Army boots on the ground.
On the ground.
Ty J Armstrong, former Buccaneer, rugged as hell, and he videotaped himself on yesterday. Happened 2 incidences of him encountering Bubba Army. That's pretty cool. I think that shows you really, now this is just a Tampa Bay thing, but I really think it shows how popular we are in our own hometown.
I had a listener come up to me last night when I was out and say hello to me.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
Isn't that absolutely amazing?
Yeah, it puts me over in front of my friends.
Well, Bubba, check this out.
Oh, here we go.
Motherfucker got some Bubba Army stickers on the back of the truck.
So here's just a regular get her done Lummy. He's like a construction guy. I'll tell you one thing. This guy is going to build some stuff. He's got concrete. He's got 2x4s. He's got.
Looks like it's Big Red making a trip to Bubba's new studio.
Lummy, it looks
6x6 is.
Yeah, is he building a fence or is
it might be a shed.
What about treehouse?
Treehouse, yes.
So and then Ty J, he can masterfully drive right up to you like NASCAR style, not hit you. Well, he does have long arms. He's 6'6", so he's got long arms. My little T-Rex, I can barely get past I probably can only go right there. My rear view mirror will hit your car before my hands will. So this guy's got a shabby old Bubba Army sticker on his car, and here's the exchange. And by the way, Ty J, come by. We just got brand new ones. Including these badass ones. These are very, very much selling out. These hard plastic ones. Give you a couple of those.
Yo! Hey, your stickers look like back there. Here's some fresh ones. Bubba Army, bro.
That is awesome.
Isn't that about as organic, evergreen, and as cool as you can potentially get?
Oh, yeah.
So here's Ty J at the gas station, and he sees a guy that has a Bubba Army tactical bag.
Does he wear a body cam?
Yeah.
How does he have all this footage?
No. He has a body cam because when he goes in drones, Brian, into these neighborhoods,
people come up freaking out.
Oh, and he's sick. You got a 6'5", 265-pound African American man.
Oh, I don't think the color of his skin matters. We live in the time, Bubba. It's racial equality now.
Brian, this comes from Ty J.
I'm joking.
He's saying when I go into a when I go into a Tierra Verde neighborhood and there's a 6'5" African American man, even though his vest says drone FAA drone operator, The back of his vest, he's got a high-res the high-res visible vest, working vest. On his vest, it says FAA drone operator. So as he's droning the house beside this Karen will come out. All she sees is a big black guy with a drone. She doesn't see that he has an FAA-approved license and a vest, and he's just, he's not flying over her house. He's flying over the customer's house, and she'll come out, and he's had confrontations where they're like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "I don't need to really tell you what I'm doing out here. I need to know what you're doing out here. I'm droning your neighbor's roof for a roof estimate." Oh, okay. Well, I just want to ask. So he has all those confrontations, Brian, on body cam. So in case the bitch would say, this big black guy took a hack at me, he is able to, oh, no.
It's smart.
I got it right here.
It's smart.
Yeah, I got it right here. So here he is at the gas station, Lummy, and he sees a guy, I think, that's got a Bubba Army tactical bag.
Nice.
Did you get the documentary?
Sure did.
Hell yeah.
So he's talking about the documentary.
What's that? Oh, yeah, for sure. My name's Ty J. Ty J Armstrong.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man.
Now watch this cool Bubba Army. He, rather than just staying there, he gets out and shakes his hand like a man.
I'm going to shake your hand. I've got some pieces too. But, yeah, man. I saw that bag, and I'm like, I think that said Bubba Army behind me.
Nice to meet you. I hear on the radio all the time.
Nice to meet you, man. Yeah, Bubba's my guy, man.
Picture with it?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That is cool as hell, isn't it?
That is.
Ty J, I love you, man. You're a good dude. Plus, I'm I'm really afraid of him, too.
We should all make friends at the gas station once in a while.
Early 90s? Come on.
What would you do in this situation, Seth?
Too funny.
Roll up your window quickly, drive away.
Oh, yeah, I don't, anybody approaching me at a gas station, I'm in fear, so.
But once you move over to 98 Rock.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Yep, I talked to him today.
This guy,
Oh, yeah.
Boomer, doesn't know how to get his phone on.
Bubba Army.
Yeah.
All right, brother, you take it easy, man. Yes, sir.
Out there spreading a good word, man.
Funny you saw that from that far away.
I know that. I got the same bag. Look,
Same tactical bag.
Right.
I ain't bullshit. Yeah.
Look at that. That's my boy.
There you go.
And I saw it. I'm like, wait a minute.
I got the other little bag inside of that.
You got a knife?
No.
That's the next thing I need is a knife, too. I need that.
Ty J ain't got a knife?
Ty J ain't got a knife.
Ty J ain't got a knife?
Well, too bad we're sold out.
I'll get you one, Ty J. I held a few back. Ty J needs a knife.
Yeah,
We sold 9,000 yesterday.
Well, we did. Ty J needs a knife. We're taking the trailer. Video Killed the Radio Star, the documentary that I participated in.
Great documentary.
Actually, we were in court yesterday.
Oh, no.
And as you know, this has been somewhat of a legal struggle. Brian, you're my as I was talking to the film people this morning, they were like, "Oh, Brian's in there. He'll know to shut you up. Don't talk too much, but you can read the order of what Your Honor, the federal judge, ruled yesterday. We can read that." Maybe pontificate a little bit about it, but I don't want to be get into too many details about it. But when the film company came up with this, well, at first the trailer, and this is a second trailer. They're making all kinds of different trailers for different demographics and things like that. And, everybody's seen, Lummy, the first trailer ad nauseum. This is the second trailer, and which we're going to start distributing. They're going to start distributing. And it's been a struggle. It really has. And the opposition that don't want I guess you could probably, Brian, say, the Hogan estate is what I think they've represented themselves as, have they not?
Yes, and just to be clear, when Bubba says "we," it's like when Lummy is talking about the Bucks and he said, "We need to do this, we need to do that." Bubba doesn't own the Bucks. I mean, Lummy doesn't own the Bucks. He's not on the Bucks.
Or like when Bucky Irvin would say, "Man, we need to play better." He doesn't. He doesn't own the Bucks, but he's part of the team. the Glazers own the Bucks. So occasionally I'll say we because I
pretty much every time you do because you can't help yourself.
Because I participated heavily in this film. I don't have any ownership in this film. I don't have anything to do with any decisions that are being made with regards to this film. So I find myself correcting myself and trying to. But that being said, the people that made this film have been going through hell with regards to, and I think you can call it the Hogan estate. The Hogan estate has just not made this an easy thing at all. What the filmmakers thought was going to be an easy rollout, and they did all of their intellectual property clearing, all the copyright clearing.
They had it buttoned up. They went above and beyond.
Had it buttoned up. I'm talking about the filmmakers went and hired some very well respected copyright and fair use attorneys out of Los Angeles. The aggregator who you have to send your film to, like what they call an aggregator distributor, and then they get it out to Google Play, they get it out to Amazon, they get it out to Apple TV, but you got to send it to them, and you have to give them assurances that you've had it cleared legally through. Like, it's just that I often think, Brian, that the Hogan estate thinks that I just took a bunch of footage I had, which I don't have any, and videotaped myself, doing some stuff. Didn't do the due diligence legally, and think that I had a lot to do with this film and the ownership and distribution and all that marketing and all that. And quite frankly, I have nothing to do with that. I was just the one that the film was about mostly. It's mostly about what happened to me.
You're the subject of the film, so and it is your chance to get your side out. Others were offered the opportunity to, and they declined to participate. But is my understanding from talking to the filmmakers, and
the filmmakers did reach out to several times, a couple different times. And everybody declined and/or got no response. So the filmmakers moved ahead. It's been a 4-year ordeal. And it's a very long... Listen, they wanted it to come out. I think one of the Hogan estate arguments is, I think, that, oh, my God, they conveniently timed this to match up with Hogan's death. It's my understanding that the filmmakers wanted I can't speak for them necessarily, but I was part of some discussions where they wanted it to come out before the election. They're like, we want it out before the election because there's some Donald Trump ties, to this documentary, and that just didn't happen. They couldn't get the copyright and the fair use clearances in time, and so you were kind of at their mercy. I do know that the film company sent this to the aggregator distributor. I think it might have been the last day of April. And at that point, they told the filmmakers it's 6 to 10 weeks before we can, because they have to go frame by frame. They got to close caption it. And, eventually, if it's shown in other countries, they're going to have to overdub it. So there's a lot of things for them to do as well. So the filmmakers the aggregators and the distributors are like, we'll get back to you on when the release date was.
I will say the one mistake that they made was not including Gene Lasker in the film. Like, he should have been in there somehow, some way.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, absolutely. Because they could edit it, but man, he could have given some gold.
Yeah,
he could have given some gold, especially talking about back in the day.
If they had a chance to redo it, you'd include Brooke. That would have been a major piece.
Yeah,
especially in the knowledge that she had, firsthand knowledge, and then Gene Lasker. So yeah. If they were to have that option, I'm sure that they would. So Hogan dies, July 24th?
9th, right?
July 29th. Hogan dies July 25th,
okay.
I think. The film had been sent in April to the people that distribute it. So nobody benefited off of Hogan's death or anything like that. Well, so it comes out. And the filmmakers get a date, September 12. Friday, September 12. So we're like, okay. I mean, that's the big proverbial countdown. And they put together promotional trailers and what have you. And then instantaneously, June 18th, we then started pontificating, about Hogan's health, based on having some pretty good intel. And, I don't think, Brian, anybody could sue me or get me in trouble for me pontificating about Terry's health, because at the end of the day, I hate to say it, but I was right.
Well, and it was newsworthy. I mean, you just have to look at the media coverage surrounding his passing to know that word on his health is absolutely a newsworthy subject.
It was trending number. It was a top 5 trender every day for a while, when it was first reported he was having health issues.
Yeah.
So that being said, Terry passes on July 25th, I think, something like that. And
July 24th, exactly.
July 24th. And, his estate then finds out this is coming out September 12th, and they have been very aggressive in trying to get this thing shut down. And if I may just use my own opinion by saying, if you were to just watch the documentary, there's not one frame of that documentary that puts a bad spotlight on Terry Bollea Hulk Hogan. Not one bad word is spoken about him. No blame. In fact, I think it shows him as truly the victim that he was, caught up in a radio war that he had nothing to do with, and subsequently and was awarded a large sum of money on a couple different occasions, and rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. But all of a sudden, his estate comes out. I just wish his estate would have watched. If you guys would just have watched the doc, maybe you would realize that the filmmakers did a wonderful job on portraying Terry beautifully. In fact, his daughter said, my God, when I was at the premiere, everybody came up and said, I really, really have fond memories of your dad. It's sad that, 2 people that were best friends were destroyed by a radio war. And so here comes the court, here comes the lawsuit. And they've attempted, Brian, if you can help me out here, they've attempted to get it shut down. They've attempted to there was a TRO, a temporary restraining order issued because the federal judge was getting only their side of the story, and they're the plaintiff and the filmmakers are the defendants. And so obviously the plaintiff always gets their first day. They get their first swing at it, if you will.
The way it works with a restraining order such as this, a temporary restraining order request for one, is they filed it as an emergency basis, alleging that if it was not entered, then irreparable harm would have been caused. So the judge, in considering the TRO, has to look at the allegations and the support for the allegations within the plaintiff's motion. In this case, the judge wasn't fully convinced, but at the same time realized that, if the allegations were true that they were making in the TRO,
meaning the Hogan estate's making,
then the release of the video would create irreparable harm to the estate. And so he granted it, with the caveat being that a bond had to be posted in the event that the video was not released and there were damages to the filmmakers,
or if they were wrong,
or if it turned out that
if the Hogan estate was wrong in bringing these proceedings,
right,
and they interpreted the law differently than perhaps Your Honor, then the bond was set aside for any potential damages that would be for the filmmaker that they could have incurred with all this new legal wrangling. And I think we're now going on our 3rd week of being in federal court, and the filmmakers have been in federal court for 3 weeks, maybe going on a month. And federal court is not inexpensive. It is very expensive. I mean, I think it's very expensive. I've been in federal court once before, and I would never wish that upon anybody. And so, finally, the filmmakers had an opportunity to, and listen, the Hogan estate has just worn the federal judicial system out by, I'm talking about emergency rulings that the Your Honor had to make at like 6:45 at night under a double secret super whammy, super whammy. You gotta, this is a super emergency. Like the poor judge has been ran ragged on a bunch of nonsense, quite frankly. And we had the filmmakers had the first opportunity yesterday to appear in front of Your Honor. And so at the first rulings Your Honor made were on kind of the side, Brian, I just said of caution, meaning, okay, I'm going to issue a temporary TRO, and so that I can get the information. And so after all the information has been digested, and I think there was a day they were in court yesterday. I was doing the Matt Cox podcast, and the judge made a ruling yesterday, and I think there's more to come. And Brian, I'd like for you, because you're a lawyer,
yes,
to read the order. That Your Honor.
I don't have the order yet. I've got the clerk notes from the hearing. So the official order will be issued by the judge, presumably today, if it hasn't already.
But what has been released is what you have.
Yes,
and it's the only thing that's been released. It's very short and sweet, but it really speaks. I think it speaks volumes. Potentially. And then, of course, the actual order and all the official long-form paperwork will be released today. But the short order was yesterday. And if you could go through that for me and maybe explain to the fans and to the listeners and to the people that might want to purchase. Listen, you can go to, Apple TV, Google Play, Amazon, and type in "Video Killed the Radio Star" movie. And you will find a trailer. And by the way, the filmmakers put together a different trailer yesterday. They're putting together different, you just don't need one trailer. You need a couple different trailers to appeal to several different demographics that potentially might want to watch this film. So, Brian, go ahead if you could, please.
So the temporary restraining order is dissolved immediately. So what that means is that the judge originally granted a temporary restraining order to try and protect the Hogan estate based upon the allegations that they made in their request for a temporary restraining order. The judge granted that partially and has now completely dissolved that, revoked that temporary restraining order. So that is gone now. So
that's gone.
That's gone.
So nobody can get in trouble for talking about it.
The motion for their injunction was also denied.
Now, the injunctive relief was to make it permanent. So it takes a temporary, is my guess. I don't have, obviously I'm limited in what, I don't have the actual order. I don't know what was specifically argued in court. So when they're referencing this motion for injunction is denied, I am based upon what I understand has been filed in this, I'm guessing that the injunction was to make the temporary restraining order permanent. And that was denied, so that was a win for the filmmakers on this. And that the court, this is the interesting one, that the court will not dismiss the case yet. So they're keeping it open for their reasons. But for further data and further information on probably both sides of the fence?
Yep, just to see what people are going to say. And then, but effectively it appears that the estate's attempt to do anything here has failed.
So there you go. The film has been greenlit to continue to be promoted, to continue to be bought, purchased, watched, consumed.
So you're not blackballed?
No, not.
Oh, great.
I should have never been even. It should have never even been. Should Bubba be blackballed? It should Wolf Films be blackballed. Bubba just happens to be the guy that's on the air promoting it, and it's about my story. So,
well, congrats to Wolf Films then.
Yes, congrats to Wolf Films. And here is a new. It starts out similar, and then about halfway it gets different.
Oh, great!
So here's a new trailer that I'm going to put up. I sent it to Roger Stone. Roger Stone's going to post it on his X.
You got that good news for us today?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You're going to make
Nope.
No, okay.
It's going to probably be tomorrow. Probably be tomorrow, and I'm going to have to tell Brian it privately.
Yeah, he'll think it's cool.
More news, more good news concerning this documentary, Video Killed the Radio Star. More good news is coming. It just hasn't kicked in yet.
Well, the Academy Awards are coming up, so I can only imagine.
Exactly.
Hulk Hogan filed 2.
Roger Stone next week. Lummy, to talk about Video Killed the Radio Star.
Great.
I'm trying to get Roger to book me on Alex Jones.
Oh, that'd be great.
I'm trying to get booked on Alex Jones.
2 lawsuits today against Heather Clem and her ex-husband, Bubba the Love Sponge.
You did what? You let your wife have sex with Hogan? I was like, well, how the hell did somebody get a hold of that tape?
And you didn't know you'd been videoed?
No, I had no idea there was a camera set up.
The video somehow got into the hands of Gawker Media.
Who the hell leaked this?
Right. Now you say,
That's
listen,
the problem.
I guess he feels you leaked it.
Are you stupid?
At that point, I knew it was over. A lot of people like Tom. A lot of people like Tom's performance in the doc. Kevin, Tom, Reggie, Jay, they Steve. A lot of people liked. And again, Brian, you're right. You know, the addition to Gene Lasker would have been colorful too.
Oh man, he would have been the runaway star.
Let me tell you
of this.
something. I was with Hogan firsthand. He knew Bubba did that.
He would have had a spin-off documentary.
No, that's show. Lasker knows best.
News channels reported his best friend leaked the tape.
The allegation that Bubba was the one that released this tape is ludicrous.
Hogan knows Bubba didn't sell that tape, didn't give that tape away. It was stolen from him.
This conduct is rife with criminal activity.
Davidson wrote the confidential settlement agreement saying the sex video would be handed over if Hogan paid his client $300,000. Hogan's attorney called the FBI.
You go back to Keith Davidson and you go, well, what was Keith Davidson's relationship to Cohen and how long did they know each other?
I think the FBI was probably looking at Michael Cohen to find any potential crime to get him to make false testimony against Donald Trump.
The feds have videotapes of it where Hulk Hogan was in a room next to it and money is being offered for the tape. You have a case on a silver platter served to the prosecutor.
And you know what sucks is that, I hate to stop it here, but like had the U.S. attorney did their job and not worried about it being Bubba the Love Sponge and Hulk Hogan as victims, and had they done their job, this guy here, Keith Davidson, would have been taken off the streets, would have been disbarred, not allowed to practice law, and, you know, would have not been able to wreak the havoc on Michael Cohen and Donald Trump like he did. And at that point, Brian, do all 36 of those counts potentially go away if they can't get if the FBI can't get into Michael Cohen's computer?
Oh yeah, that would have changed a lot.
I mean,
of things.
if the FBI could not have gotten into Michael Cohen's computer through Keith Davidson's participation and cooperation, how much different would Donald Trump wouldn't have gotten those 36 felonies.
I don't know about all that, but the world would be a different place.
Yeah, it would be.
Keith Davidson is cooperating with federal authorities who are investigating Trump attorney Michael Cohen.
Keith Davidson, he tipped them as to the potential.
I did love Rachel Maddow, and they cut it out here on the trailer, but when she said, when lawyers got lawyers, you got to be scared. But when lawyers, PR director, I forget.
When lawyers have lawyers.
Then go ahead and set yourself on fire. Yeah. I think it's what she says, isn't she?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Cohen.
Keith Davidson, he tipped them as to the potential value of Cohen to get off of himself.
Keith Davidson doesn't get charged. He knows Cohen. Cohen miraculously flips. Cohen testifies against Trump. How do we get there? Pull the string. Bubba?
I'm telling you, you're just scratching the surface.
Doesn't take a rocket science in this case to know something happened, and it all started right here with Bubba.
I love it. So let me run that a couple times today.
Awesome.
If we could, please.
Yes.
A little bit different. I didn't know this, but now I went and did some fact checking because if Arnold's 6 foot, and Arnold's strongest, at the height of his career, he was listed as between 6'1" and 6'2", 250. And that's a big man. And it wasn't just a 250 soft. It was a 250 rock hard, 7 or 8 time Mr. Olympiad 250.
Rock hard.
And for a guy, and so Andre the Giant and him got in an argument one time as to who was going to pick up the dinner table. The tab. When they both could probably pick up the dinner table. And Andre lifted Arnold up like a kid and put him on a counter. Think about how strong and big you have to be. And then I went and researched actually how big Andre the Giant was. 7'4", 520 pounds. Jeez. At his biggest.
Whew.
Let me see here. Where's this at? Oh, hold on.
We would go to his wrestling matches, and then after that, Andre would take me out for dinner. He would take me to this spectacular Mexican restaurant, and we had a wonderful, meal. And then afterwards, I pulled up my wallet and I wanted to pay. And he says, no, I pay. So I said, no, Andre, look, this is so unbelievable that you got me in to see you wrestle. You got us the front row seats and everything like that. So let me do my share. I'm paying. He says, no, I pay. I said, no, I'm insisting. He grabs me like this, and he lifts me up like a little kid, and he puts me on top of a cabinet, and I'm sitting up there, and he then goes and pays the bill. It's like,
how big do you got to be to be able to pick up a 6'2", 250-pound bodybuilder like a kid and put him on the counter?
7'4", 520, apparently.
Yeah. Scouting Big Gulp, 25 for the baby.
Love you, ladies. Stay safe out
his
there.
His hands were just like 3 times the size of my hands.
I think the one rumor has it allegedly that like urban lore has that one time in one sitting he drank 103 beers.
That's just nuts. And watching his hand hold a beer can is just crazy.
Oh, I know.
It looks like one of those little mini cans.
Right.
Me like nothing. And just while he was talking, he was lifting me up. This was a really, really powerful guy.
Seth, did you see this where it looks like they're, maybe angling to do a Triple H versus Shawn Michaels deal? Are they going to do that in Saudi Arabia? I'm sure you're familiar with this.
What do you mean? Neither one of those guys are wrestling ever again.
You don't think so?
No, Triple H has heart issues, and Shawn Michaels is about to have like another hip surgery.
Do they have like a team then, like what UFC does, where they have like Team Tito Ortiz versus Team Randy Couture? Is that what they're doing?
There could be something for, I believe, War Games might be coming up. So
to War Games.
Yeah, there could be something.
No, they're going to do teams. It's going to be Triple H's journalists versus Shawn Michaels' women, and they're going to stone the women and behead the journalists in Saudi. That's
what if I said I wanted to come back? Well, I really didn't want this to get all uncomfortable, but then we would have a very, very big problem.
People enjoy this, huh? This is fun.
What a dick, Seth loves it. Seth loves it. Now, Seth, what are the?
Don't throw all this on me.
I'm not throwing it on you, but you know the most about it.
Yeah,
you know the most about it, and so since you know the most about it, tell me what they're angling here. Like, what's the angle?
I think for another premium live event, War Games. So I don't know if it's going to be like NXT versus TNA or whatever it's going to be, but they're going to put something together.
Lummy, you should be so happy. The NFL officially has entered into a multi-year licensing deal with Crocs.
Yes.
And every team now will have their own Crocs. I know you're big on Crocs.
Yes, thanks to Jeff.
And thanks to my stepfather,
yes.
he had Crocs.
Oh, no.
And Lummy, I'm assuming you'll probably buy some Buccaneer Crocs.
Sure will.
Boy, the NFL just keeps spreading and spreading and spreading, don't they?
Yes.
Oh, man, they were high-fiving all over the office yesterday once that deal closed.
Yeah, exactly.
They can finally wear Crocs, and it's somewhat okay in society now.
Crocs coming out with cleats for the players.
Oh, my God. But when we return, we're going to start getting into this Jimmy Kimmel deal. I think it's a really slippery slope that we're on right now.
There's a portion of it, yes. Overall, not necessarily against ABC making a decision. I'm against the way they were pressured into making it.
I'm against the way that it looks like Donald Trump might be using Pam Bondi and going,
the FCC.
In the FCC with hate speech, because hate speech usually works itself out but it absolutely, hate speech is included in our First Amendment rights. It is. It really is. And I don't know that Jimmy Kimmel, first of all, let me just tell everybody, I'm not a Jimmy Kimmel fan. I'm not. Is
it because he stole Howard away from you?
No, it has nothing to do with that. He's really turned into something that he wasn't. When he was on the Man Show, he was so much different of a person than he is now at making $30 or however many $1 million a year. He's really, really, I thought, done a 180 on what he really was. And, but listen, Jimmy Kimmel, because Comcast was one of ABC's largest clients with regards to carrying on their various stations, on their various ABC affiliates.
Well, Nexstar is the company.
Nexstar, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
That was the main. They own 28 ABC affiliates.
Right. So here's the deal. You don't have to have hate speech, and you don't have to have an FCC violation in order to, upset the people that carry your program. Meaning, if you're syndicated and you're doing a program that's either uniformly broadcast on a network or uniformly broadcast on different radio stations, they're, at the end of the day, they're the client. And if they have a problem with you as a host and what you're saying and what you said, that's different than making what you said illegal or wrong or
threatening to pull the broadcast license of ABC for airing it. That's the line.
Well, and now hold on. And I am very familiar with this because one of the reasons why Clear Channel at the time got rid of me was because the FCC was threatening not to renew all of the stations that I was heard on at the time, their actual broadcast license. Now, at that time, radio stations were worth far more than they are now. J-Corps paid $36 million for 98 Rock. $36 million for 98 Rock, which might be worth $10 million today. So when you got the government and the FCC stepping in and threatening to pull these broadcast licenses that are worth, tens of millions of dollars.
No, these are billions of dollars.
And
on the network TV
on the
side?
TV side, yeah, on the radio side, tens of millions, and on the television side, billions of dollars. The host that caused the crap storm, it ain't going to work out so good for you. Now, do I think where I have a problem is when the president steps in and tries to make this hate speech. This is a host that spoke something controversial that upset his clients. I have no problem with Jimmy Kimmel being fired for that.
Nope, I have no problem with Nexstar saying, "Look, we're threatening. If you don't do something about Kimmel, we're not going to air the show."
And Brian, actually, usually we're on opposite. I think we're actually
100% in line.
I think we're in lockstep with this.
100%.
With regards to, I have no problem with this coming from Nexstar. I have a problem with this coming from our federal government.
100% correct.
We'll do that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Rico Valentino, 87 butts.
Hey, Seth, you gotta believe.
Right here. You gotta believe. Oh.
So, it looks like they're trying to do something with TNA and
I can't hear you. You're mumbling.
TNA and NXT?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, I got that much. Right? Holy hell, man. I can't work in the dark anymore.
You need a flashlight?
No, it's fine. My cord gets tangled around my chair at least twice a day, and I can never figure out. Oh wow. What? Wait. Oh shit.
What's going on? Wow. What the hell's going on here?
I don't know.
It seems like it's getting worse. Oh shit! Hold on. Wait. This part's gonna come.
Help him out, Lummy.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. I think we got a marlin. I think we caught one.
There you go.
Okay.
Nice little catfish.
Giving birth. Okay. Thank you. Holy hell.
How did I get tangled up so bad?
I don't. It just happens throughout the course of the breaks. I don't know. I really. It's not like I put it there or anything. I don't know what it is.
I think I wrapped a couple times.
Thank you.
You're welcome, brother. Well, Jimmy Kimmel.
What?
Trivia. Assassination was on here on the radio.
I don't know.
Hey, Lummy, can you try to find the John Hogan Senate hearing?
Yes. From 2000 and...
I tried to find it. I can't find it.
How we doing, everybody? What's going? What's good? What's good? It's a wild shirt. Thank you, Barry. That's what I like to go with, wild shirts, man. I like to be colorful in life. Add a little color to the world. You know? Good morning, Big Buck. How you doing, my friend? What's up, by the way? Jeff Coy Kendall. How you doing? Grumpy old biker in the house. Caveman in here as always.
Well, I got the full. It looks like an hour.
Yeah, just give it to me.
John Kostika, the rugged Valpo warrior. How we doing? Good morning, Liz.
In your messenger.
Thank you, Lummy. You found it better than I could. I could not find it, Lummy.
He's sending it to you in German, though, Bubba. It's the only way he could find it.
That's okay.
I'm still not sure what happened with that whole thing.
That's my man. That's my man.
Guten Tag.
Go Bucks, go Bulls. That's right.
Oh, Lummy gave me this right here.
Thanks, Jay. Oh, no.
I just wasn't watching it.
Maybe it's because you got 84 tabs.
Look, Brian, you see it.
Yeah, he's got it up, Bubba.
Send me another tab.
The new studio, we're going to be able to have an infinite amount of tabs.
Yes.
We're going to Tab City, Tab City.
It's going to be brought to us by Tab Cola.
It's not. They're not even in business anymore, are they?
I don't think so. Tab's still a thing.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Apple TV, Google Play, and Amazon. Type in Video Killed the Radio Star movie and go ahead and watch it if you could for me. Yeah, we're getting ready to approach yet another weekend, so this would be an unbelievable opportunity for you to... I saw this statistic, and I can't play the... I can't play these highlights because the NFL, they lock you down if I play just 1 second. But since the 1970 NFL AFL merger, only one team has won their first 2 games with a TD in the final minute, and that team is your 2025 Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Nicholas Link, $60.
I think the Bucs are a way better team than people think. Now, I think they've been given a little bit of a curveball, as it just was announced that their redheaded, was it right guard?
No, center, right?
No. He's a guard.
Oh, guard?
He's a guard,
yes,
yeah.
Right guard.
And who I think I think he's an all-pro.
He's up there.
Is Tristan Wirtz still gone?
Yes. Yeah, he's supposed to be back, but losing our right guard's really going to have Baker sweating back there.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus, God, my Lord Almighty. We're never. Let me look around.
He said it with such confidence.
Let me look around and take inventory. This is the best it's ever going to get with programming like that. You know what, guys? I hope you're happy with what you're making and the largeness of our platform, because it ain't getting any bigger. With right guard sweat / smart ass comments like that. So anyway, man, I think Baker Mayfield single-handedly, and him and Bucky Irvin have and of course Mike Evans have. There's a lot of people.
Emeka Egbuka.
There's a lot of people that you can give their accolades to, but man, Baker is one of them. And I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and the fact that a guy that was basically thrown away out of Cleveland and didn't do anything. Was it Carolina?
Cleveland, Carolina, L.A.
And it just took the right system, and you got to build. And I think we talked about yesterday how you got to build the system around the quarterback, not make the quarterback learn your system.
He also matured as a person, a player, a leader. So again, probably 85% of the blame belongs with Cleveland because they're just the worst franchise in sports, maybe
sports history.
But Baker bears some, and I think even Baker would admit that. And has admitted that.
With regards to maturity, as far as becoming more mature, be more patient, more
a better leader, a better presence,
less erratic, better decisions made. I think that the 3 or 4 years, 5 years post Cleveland he's grown up tremendously. And
there's a picture going around of a pretty famous picture now of Baker Mayfield playing scout team defensive end when he was on the Panthers. Yeah. And that's like as low as it can get for you.
Hold on, scout team
defensive end
DE.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
That's what they had him for, and he was able to work his way all the way back up to starting quarterback in the league.
Not only that, but listen, an elite one.
Yes.
He. You guys can say what you want, whether you think I know football or not, but he is an elite quarterback right now.
Yes.
His status is one of eliteness.
Absolutely.
He's right up there with the best of them.
With that hearing with Hogan, John Hogan, Macho has to jump on your computer if you want it to play.
Oh, okay. Well, we can do that during a commercial
Okay, I didn't
break.
know if you needed it now.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I have been, as we start dissecting and getting into the Jimmy Kimmel stuff, my indecency fine and my firing of getting fired in 2004 from Clear Channel, and them having congressional hearings about indecency on the radio is similar to potentially where this might be headed. And, I think it's a far cry from the filth that I put over the airwaves. I really had filth. I mean, I had a guy come into my studio and hang a 10-pound barbell from the gland of his penis.
Oh.
We had very outrageous cartoon bits about George Jetson and Scooby-Doo going into the hood and picking up crack whores. And really all Jimmy Kimmel did was, and I'm not saying the only thing he did, because I found it very distasteful as to what he said about the Charlie Kirk, the fleeting Charlie Kirk mention that he made. But
you're not commenting, real quick, to set the context on this. You're not commenting on this from a business perspective of whether or not it's good content and whether or not affiliates would like it. You're commenting on this from the legality side of broadcasting, which is this a violation of any governmental rules, any FCC regulations?
I'm not commenting on if you're the person that writes your paycheck, ABC, who at this point syndicates your show through various ABC affiliates, and the largest of which, one of their largest clients is Nexstar. That's a broadcasting company that owns, 25, 30, 35 ABC affiliates. That's all business. That's business. And you know what? If Nexstar and Comcast and some of these places, if they don't like what Jimmy Kimmel said and they feel that it's so upsetting that they don't want to have that syndicated program on their airwaves, it's their right to say that. It's their right to can them, and it's their right to call up parent ABC and say, that didn't fly with us. We want to make a change. That's business 101.
No problem with that.
Whereas if the federal government gets in, as it looks like they might be, the federal government now is going to get in. Pam Bondi has positioned that she's going to look into this with regards to hate. Now all the Charlie Kirk stuff is going to be potentially hate speech, and that's what I have a significant problem with. If you have a problem with what people said about Charlie Kirk, then penalize them for the arena that they work or live in. But our federal government getting involved is something that I do not agree with at all. It absolutely is an abridgment of our First Amendment rights. Now, you can say the dirtiest, most uncouth, most not cool stuff to anybody verbally, and you may have to suffer consequences. You may get your ass kicked. You may get canceled. You may lose your job. But it's the federal government stepping in and playing watchdog or keeping score with what broadcasters say that isn't indecent or obscene, to me is a very slippery slope. And we are headed down the wrong path with regards to the government getting involved in broadcasting content providing, and things like that. Breaking news, as you all know, Disney's ABC is pulling Jimmy Kimmel indefinitely after the late night talk show recently made remarks about Charlie Kirk. The move comes as ABC affiliate groups told the network they'll be dropping the host.
That we don't have a problem with.
Now, see, this in itself, you're right, Brian, don't have a problem with it.
It's the other half of this. The FCC commissioner saying that they were threatening to pull ABC's broadcast license if they didn't do something about it. That's government oppression of speech. That is what cannot happen. I don't care if you're left or right. I don't care that Jimmy Kimmel got fired. If it was based solely upon the affiliates being mad, no problem. No harm, no foul. I ain't a big cancel culture guy, but I get that it's people's rights, and that's fine. But when the government steps in and starts making threats for things that are not violation of standing rules, of community standards, overstepping the bounds of regulation, that is the legitimate definition
of First Amendment
of violation of free speech.
Free speech.
The definition of it.
Now listen, again, I'm I probably identify as a conservative. Brian identifies probably in the world that we live in. If we have to label ourselves, Brian would be the liberal. I would be the conservative. And in our little world, I tend to, kind of dabble my toe into both. But I as a fundamental 40-year broadcaster that has, now listen, out of everybody that's producing content, whether you're on the radio, you're on TV, whatever, I have some of the most closest standing with this particular topic due to the fact that I have the largest single FCC fine in the history of our country. I have been in the bull. I have been in the crosshairs of the FCC. They have had congressional meetings while mentioning my name with regards to threatening to pull broadcasters' license, blackballed and thrown out of radio. So, a lot of people that you watch today, a lot of people that you can get this story from today and I'm not trying to make myself any more important than I already am or I'm not, but I've been down this road. I've been targeted by the FCC, and my free speech was not recognized. Randy Michaels, who at the time just resigned from Clear Channel right prior to my scrape up with the FCC, said he, as the president, a guy named John Hogan took over. And when he went and testified in front of the FCC and Congress and the Senate, he laid down like a little bitch and said the Howard Sterns, in fact, it's in the documentary, the Howard Sterns and the Bubba the Love Sponges will no longer have a platform on Clear Channel. We fired them. And then if you worked at Clear Channel, Macho Man might have been there during that time, you had to do this whole FCC test, and they had like this little screen where they would give you like John, the radio DJ, had a girl on the phone and said the word, you'd have to put it in the okay bucket or not okay bucket. And so they had all these, all radio personalities because of me at Clear Channel had to go through all these, FCC compliant tests. And it's just, I have really, 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 really good expertise standing in this particular topic. And I don't like what Jimmy Kimmel said. I think it was distasteful.
What did he say?
He said, do we have the clip, Lummy? Will you find the clip for me? And it was distasteful. It was wrong. And if Nexstar and, more importantly, Brian, the clients, that run advertising on the show, that would be your next line of defense. First comes your affiliates, which is the biggest issue, but then come the clients, and that's the ranking order of importance on how, if somebody doesn't agree with programming, that you get fired. First comes your affiliates, and second comes the advertisers, the Mercedes-Benz, the Budweisers, the Fords, and things like that, and that's the death of a broadcaster. Now, Jimmy Kimmel, if it was just Jimmy Kimmel's comments on his monologue that upset Nexstar and everybody else, and that's why they called up ABC and said we will not be carrying the Late Show or the Tonight Show with Jimmy Kimmel anymore due to the fact. Did you send it, Lummy?
Yeah, that one right there.
Well, just so we're clear on this, to provide a little more context, the commissioner of the FCC.
I was getting ready to get into that.
Was on a podcast, but this kind of paints. This is what you got to lead with.
All right, so let me lead with this right here. Is it this one right here?
The one with Benny Johnson,
right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So let's play. You're right. You're right, Brian.
This led to what Nexstar and some of the other affiliates did after the threat was put out publicly by the FCC chairman towards them.
This is the guy, the Benny Show. This is Benny. He has a very influential podcast. And then this is the current FCC commissioner of the FCC. And this is kind of the groundwork that was laid or the shot across the bow, if you will, that was laid to make this a bigger issue than it really should be. And this is wrong. The FCC having this position is wrong and is going to lead to even more issues.
The conduct that
almost a Gestapo type, like not free, living in a free society type deal.
When you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the.
All right, so it's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. It's distasteful. It's wrong. It's foul. It's probably a,
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, in my opinion, it's pretty mild compared to some of the terrible things that were said about Kirk following his death.
Yeah, people are doing shoot him in the neck and he's dead. Like,
hold on
here. Sickest conduct possible. As you've indicated, there are avenues here for the FCC. So there are some ways in which I need to be a little bit careful, because we could be called ultimately to be a judge on some of these claims that come up. But I don't think this is an isolated incident. I mean, you go back to Representative Swalwell, and he had a tweet out last week where he was saying that,
and we will play. Let me make sure I have the Jimmy Kimmel monologue.
Yes, I got it. Yep.
Emphasizing that Charlie Kirk's killer was a straight white male from a Republican family that voted for Donald Trump. In some quarters, there's a very concerted effort.
And you know what, Brian? This would be an opportunity. Trump's at a crossroads here. And I'm pro-Trump. But he could really, really knock it out of the park right now, and even get people like you who don't care for him, and Elise Kushner, and other people that I know. Merch Crick's a Democrat. And just some. I know a lot of Democrats that don't care for Donald Trump, and that's your personal opinion, and I respect that. But he's at a crossroads right now, Brian, where he could take the very, very, very presidential-like road and say this. What Jimmy Kimmel said may have been a problem with the syndicators and the advertisers of the late night show, but it was not a form or a violation of his First Amendment free speech rights. And I'm not going to get one of my government agencies in arms involved into tracking down people who say things that might not be acceptable or liked by me or my party. I'm not going down that road. Jimmy Kimmel and people that get canceled are because advertisers and their employers don't like it. It has nothing to do with the FCC. He could, if he took, you would be like, oh my God. He could have a oh wow moment where he takes the high road on this and does the right thing. Here I am, a Republican conservative, and I'm saying the right thing is to not make this a free speech issue, not get the government involved in regulating anybody that has a monologue that you don't like, that's very inappropriate, and that's the right thing to do. And don't you think, Brian, if Donald Trump came out and was completely opposite, like right now, he's like, if you say something that is mean and hurtful, Pam Bondi's gonna get you for hate speech. Can't be talking bad about people. Yes, you can. You can talk bad about people. You can. And you might get your ass fired over it. But the FCC's not gonna have anything to do with getting you fired. And had he did that, Brian, he would really score some good points.
I mean,
because the conservatives don't care.
Well, for the party that is about individual personal freedoms, liberty, and supposedly about the Constitution and all of this, I just don't understand.
This is fundamentally the most sacred piece of the Constitution that we have.
And again, I have no problem with the affiliates putting pressure on Jimmy Kimmel to get fired. I have a massive problem with the FCC putting pressure on the affiliates to reach out to ABC to get Jimmy Kimmel fired. That's the problem I have.
Me too.
It's not Jimmy Kimmel getting fired. I couldn't care less. I don't watch his show. I don't care that he's off the air.
And listen,
this isn't an us-them-team thing.
And as a broadcaster, you're beholden to the people that employ you, not the government. You answer to the people that employ you, the advertisers that advertise on your show. That's who you answer to. That's who, at the end of the day, determines whether they keep you or not. Right?
Yes.
If you try to lie to the American people about the nature, as you indicate, of one of the most significant, newsworthy public interest acts that we've seen in a long time.
Doesn't matter.
And what appears to be an action by Jimmy Kimmel to play into that narrative that this was somehow a MAGA or Republican motivated person. If that's what happened here with his conduct, that is really, really sick. And I've been very clear from the moment that I have become chairman of the FCC.
Yeah, what have you been clear about? I want to know what you've been clear about, because I don't know anything about you, quite frankly.
I want to reinvigorate the public interest. And what people don't understand is that the broadcasters, and you've gotten this right, are entirely different than people that use other forms of communication. They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. And we can get into some ways.
And I'm telling you right now, man, nobody knows the FCC ins and outs more than I do. And I've never been taught by the great teachers of radio that I've worked under that you cannot have an inappropriate political opinion. That's never been a problem. Now, it may piss off your clients. You may lose some advertisers. You may lose a few affiliates. And then if that mountain starts getting big enough, you could lose your job. But it's not an FCC violation.
It's the threat that comes up here that's the problem I have.
That we've been trying to reinvigorate the public interest and some changes that we've seen. But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action.
This scares. I'm having flashbacks, Brian, of 2004.
Frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
What kind of action would you see? I, at the very least, would like to have an on-air apology from Jimmy Kimmel to the Kirk family, to all of those who he slandered, because he did say that Charlie Kirk, he is effectively saying that our movement did this. Our movement killed Charlie, that Charlie was deserving of this, effectively.
And again,
when you're saying effectively, you're not quoting what he said, which again, I don't. Regardless,
can I cover what he said real quick? I don't feel like we've touched on it yet.
If Levy can send it to
this just puts the context to the threat that was made by the FCC.
It's the one you had pulled up
publicly.
This one right here.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody.
I just feel like it's important to know why
everybody chill out. I was going to play and Brian stopped me.
Well, no, I think that initial context is important. Now play the comment and then play what he said to the affiliates.
This is what he came out on his opening monologue. Was it last night?
Monday.
On Monday, here's what Jimmy Kimmel said.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
And so listen, this
There was nothing negative said towards Charlie Kirk or mocking his actual death, the act of his death there. And
for that to now be, as it looks like it's going to be, a federal government issue now.
Well, this is where the threat comes.
The FCC has now infused itself. Now, what Jimmy Kimmel said was classless, but was his opinion. And let's not forget what Jimmy Kimmel is. And I don't like Jimmy Kimmel at all. I do not like that guy at all. But what he is, first and foremost, is a comedian. And so in a comedic type setting, during your opening monologue, which is, you've set precedent that it's joked based, you took a couple hacks at Charlie Kirk. Now, what
hack did he take at Charlie Kirk?
Well, I'm just saying.
No, I'm asking a serious question. In what you just played. Let me
rephrase it.
Okay.
God damn, you're turning into J.D. Acco. Let me talk. He didn't take a hack at Charlie Kirk. He took a comedic hack at the situation. Would you agree to that?
The comedic hack there was specifically, he took a political hack at the right for saying that there was a rush to judgment the second this happened to disassociate this kid as being MAGA, which it's playing it out that it's looking like he may not be. Okay, that's fine. The evidence is going to come out. I don't know that I fully believe the chat transcript that was released, but whatever. The joke was they asked Donald Trump, who was close with Charlie Kirk, and he said, "I'm holding up good. I'm building a ballroom." I know. That's the joke. It's not a shot at Charlie Kirk. It's a shot at Donald Trump's response when asked a question.
It doesn't matter.
But I think it does matter a little bit in terms of emotions.
He didn't make Charlie. He did not have any sympathy to the family. He didn't show any sympathy to the family. The guy was a father. The guy was a successful businessman. The guy was an American, and he didn't have the right to die the way he did. And so, in your fleeting type, smart-ass Jimmy Kimmel type way, you got your little dibs in. And I don't got a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. And neither should the government. And Jimmy Kimmel should be fired because the affiliates had a problem with it. They don't want to run the show anymore because of this particular issue, which I think is way, way blown out of proportion, and the advertisers as well. That's why Jimmy Kimmel should be getting fired. The FCC should say it didn't breach or break any FCC guidelines. It wasn't obscene. There wasn't an F word. There wasn't a wardrobe malfunction. There wasn't. We have specific community standard guidelines, and none of which did Jimmy Kimmel's monologue scratch anything that should have been a problem within our handbook that we operate within. They're changing the rules now. They're politicizing and weaponizing the FCC is what they're doing. And the FCC is supposed to be a body of government that regulates radio and broadcast television, so to protect children. They have safe harbor. You can broadcast things after 10 p.m. that you can't at 5 a.m. or at 8 a.m. That's what they're for. They're made to be a watchdog of indecency and obscenity, and make sure that if you're a 50,000 watt radio station, you're not running at 250,000 watts, and that you're in compliance with the EAS, the emergency broadcast system, and that you have your public file in order. There are so many different things that the FCC regulates, and being a watchdog of the First Amendment is somewhat their job. But not to this extent. This is a slippery slope.
And we've seen that rear its head. This happens quite regularly, actually.
No, it hasn't happened since 2004.
No, he's just saying, about comments and things and needing to clean it up. So,
but again, the last time we were in a big cleanup phase with regards to the FCC was in 2004 with Janet Jackson's Nipplegate, which started the Indecency Act. And that's the last time that the FCC was at the forefront of the news and making widespread changes or threatening to, right? I mean, we haven't really had an FCC issue up until then. 2004 and Janet Jackson's Nipplegate was, and that actually probably was a situation they needed to get involved in. Having Janet Jackson's areola exposed on the largest platform in television history, which is always the Super Bowl, is probably something they need to get involved in. Right?
Arguably.
MSNBC and on other networks where they're trying to victim blame. And what that does, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, is continues the lie and continues the threat level.
Since when can you not lie? You can lie. I lie every day. Everybody lies. And listen, especially comedians. Jimmy Kimmel isn't a newsworthy. He's not your local 6 p.m., credible. He's not part of the Greg Gutfeld, Fox at 5 deal. And they lie too. Like, since when, as a comedian, you can't embellish or lie?
To say effectively that we have no share in this problem at all on the left. This is a clear-cut case. What would you like to see done at ABC?
There we go.
So this is the FCC commissioner commenting on what
he'd like to see
we can do
done.
it the easy way or the hard way is what he's already said.
This is the highest ranking person with regards to the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, that regulates television and radio and cable.
Look, I think what you said there strikes me as a very reasonable, minimal step that can be taken. I mean, obviously, look, there's calls for Kimmel to be fired. I think, you could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. And again, the FCC is going to have remedies that we could look at. And again, we may ultimately be called to be a judge on that. But this also strikes me as sort of conduct that to some extent shows some sort of desperate irrelevance. I mean, we're sort of exiting an era.
Listen, Jimmy Kimmel being irrelevant isn't illegal. It's not illegal. In the FCC handbook, it doesn't say being irrelevant is illegal. I would have got canceled a long time ago.
Era where the three main legacy broadcast networks could control and dictate the narrative to the American people. And one of the things that President Trump did when he ran for office, he ran directly at that legacy media establishment. And he smashed the facade that they get to control what we say, what we think, the narrative around events. And we're seeing a lot of consequences that are flowing from President Trump doing that. I mean, look, NPR has been defunded. PBS has been defunded. Colbert is retiring. Joy Reid is out at MSNBC. Terry Moran has gone from ABC and now admitting that they are biased. CBS has now made some commitments to us that they're going to return to more fact-based journalism. And so I think you see some lashing out from people like Kimmel who are, frankly, talentless and are looking for ways to get attention. But, their grip on the narrative is slipping. That doesn't mean that it's still not, important to hold them to the public interest standard. That's
but you know what? The FCC's job's not to control the narrative.
Well, and this is where the threat is coming.
What we're going to have to do.
So we did elucidate and enumerate a number of statutes that could be used against ABC. If you would, Mr.
This ought to be interesting.
Chairman, would you just explain for us?
So Brian's going to break down the potential rules they broke?
Yeah.
What broadcasting in the public interest means. I don't think most people understand, actually.
First of all, the FCC is so loosely written and interpreted that they could literally get you for anything at any time. That's part of the documentary, too, Brian, where Tom Bean goes, the FCC's book of standard operating procedure is, quite frankly, a joke.
Well, he said nobody can understand what their definitions are in there, which is poor, right? Standard, but it's by design so that they can do stuff like this,
right?
Of how important it is.
They want it so loosely interpreted that they can mold it into what they need it to be at any time.
ABC, NBC, CBS have these gratuitous broadcast privileges granted to them by the American taxpayer.
Yeah, the right way to sort of explain this to people so they understand it is in the media landscape as relevant here, there's two main buckets of actors. One, you've got what we call national programmers. So that's what Comcast is, Comcast NBC. That's what Disney is, Disney ABC. They're the ones that effectively create and produce these shows. They then provide those shows to individually licensed TV stations. And those TV stations are, in the main, owned by independent companies, independent from Comcast and Disney. But Disney and Comcast both own some televisions themselves. So start from
these would be, Brian. These would be what we would consider affiliates,
network-owned affiliates versus privately owned affiliates.
Right, exactly. And when I had my problems and scrapes with the FCC, I had like 14 Clear Channel owned affiliates.
Idea that you have national programmers,
and there were some affiliates that said we don't want Bubba. We don't have a problem with what he said. But since I didn't have a studio to deliver those guys, those non-Clear Channel affiliates, a show, I was out.
That create the show, including the Kimmel show, and then they're given to and distributed over licensed TV stations. It's the licensed TV stations that have the public interest standard, including those TV stations that Comcast and Disney own. So FCC regulatory action focuses on those individual stations.
And again, when I had my problems with the FCC, they used this very same logic, Brian, in the fact that if we don't get you to fire Bubba and you don't pay the $755,000 fines, we are going to start revoking licenses. That's what they do to get their ultimate way. And that scares everybody. And everybody jumps through hoops and starts sucking D so that doesn't happen, because they do, unfortunately, have the power to take your license away if they don't get what they want.
And one thing that we're trying to do is to empower those local stations to serve their own communities. And the public interest means you can't be running a narrow partisan circus and still meeting your public interest obligations. It means you can't be engaging in a pattern of news distortion. We have a rule on the book that interprets a public interest standard that says news distortion is something that is prohibited. Likewise, we have a rule that addresses broadcast hoaxes. And so, again,
broadcast hoaxes was framed after after the Orwell. Remember the invasion? Yeah, the invasion
War of the Worlds.
Of War of the Worlds. That's the ultimate. That's what that language was.
Yeah, you can't say
for.
a nuclear threat is coming to America.
Seth and I can't get on and say, Seth, guess what? I just heard. What? MacDill Air Force Base is being attacked. Everybody must take cover because we're being attacked right now at MacDill. And we're being obviously not.
We're being not attacked?
We're just being a bunch of smart asses.
Oh, my.
How do you get a box? $800.
Oh, my God. I got to call that guy. 800. That's what a hoax is. And what Jimmy Kimmel said was the furthest thing from a hoax. It was a joke. It was a monologue. It was his opinion, and it was very distasteful. But it was his comedic monologue monologue that they're talking about here.
Over the years, the FCC has stepped back from enforcing it, and I don't think it's been to the benefit of anybody. Just look at the credibility of these legacy media. It's absolutely through the floor. They used to be able to say at least they were more trustworthy than Congress, but now they're even less trustworthy.
All right, so I've seen enough.
So he goes on to say that they will look if it's not corrected. They will if they don't put.
So I think as a business matter for them, something has to change. And at the FCC, we need to
because I gotta drop the mic moment here, and you gotta leave.
Go for it. So I'll paraphrase what he ends up going on.
Actions that we can take.
Right here. So there's actions we can take on licensed broadcasters.
And frankly, I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run Kimmel anymore until you straighten this out, because we licensed broadcaster are running the possibility of fines or license revocation from the FCC.
License revocation.
There's the threat. So he told the affiliates that the act that they need to take on this to avoid fines and license revocation is to complain to Disney and Comcast about what they don't like. That is the federal government infringing on speech rather than holding a hearing and actually fining them or
agreed.
He's instructing them on what to do.
Agreed.
If we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion. So I think, again.
All right, so let me just because Brian's got to go, but I'm going to drop
Bill Name's Law, $20.
Thank you. I'm going to drop the mic. The reason why none of this is relevant, the reason why none of this should stick, the reason why none of this should be a problem is because Ronald Reagan eliminated what they called the fairness doctrine. And prior to Ronald Reagan, under Jimmy Carter and everybody before that, the fairness doctrine in spoken word radio and or television, you had to have, if you had a Republican-based opinion, you had to keep time on how long that segment went. Let's say Brian had a liberal-based 30-minute talk show. Well, the radio station just couldn't hire Brian because they're a liberal talk show and they don't want the conservative angle. They just want the liberal angle. Now, the minute that Ronald Reagan signed the Fairness Doctrine, what the Fairness Doctrine did and what it was that you had to give equal time to the opposing political party or the opposing view in order to continue and not have an FCC violation. So that's what absolutely added jet fuel to Rush Limbaugh's career, because prior to Rush Limbaugh and prior to the Fairness Doctrine being waived, a radio station would have Rush Limbaugh on for an hour, but they had to then have somebody that opposed Rush Limbaugh on for an hour, equal time to make it fair. Ronald Reagan quickly got rid of that, and talk radio evolved into what it's become, and you now are on one side of the fence or the other. And there's no more keeping score of how much conservative talk versus how much liberal talk is on your radio station. You now, as a radio station or television station or cable station owner, can put the programming on that you want. And you don't have to have, and you're not obligated by the FCC to have the opposing opinion. That's what is a big mic drop here, in the fact that you, as the FCC that's led by Donald Trump and is very conservative based, you're saying that you basically are trying to go back to the Fairness Doctrine. We're saying we're going to regulate what you say, keep score to what you say, and if it doesn't go lockstep with what our beliefs are, we're going to potentially hold license revocation over your head and or FCC fines. Not before. All you had to worry about up until yesterday, you had to worry about not saying, various dirty words and various other little rules on the radio, but you didn't have to worry about if you were classless enough to do a Charlie Kirk joke, or classless enough to speak about something that's a very sensitive topic, abortion, immigration, all the hot buttons. And the bottom line is your audience, your advertisers, and who you worked for determined your longevity with that company. Now the FCC is trying to step in and put their nose into it as well. And all they should be worrying about is whether it's indecent, it's obscene, and it's within the realm of within the rules that they've set forth for community standards. Nowhere in the community standards section of the FCC does it say you cannot say inappropriate jokes about somebody who was assassinated. That's distasteful, yes. It may not fly with your advertisers or your affiliates, yes, but it's not the government's responsibility to regulate that. And they're trying to make it theirs. You agree, B?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't care that Jimmy Kimmel was fired. I don't care that he was fired. I couldn't begin to care less. Don't care if you liked him. Don't care if you hated him. It's the FCC making threats that if people don't take action, then they're going to come after them, and it's not what we want as a country. This is not good for free speech for everybody. Because yes, your party may be in control right now, and you may like what's happening right now. Okay, but at some point the shoe's going to be on the other foot, and I don't want anybody doing it. Democrat, Republican, independent, don't care. That's not what our country is. That's not the foundation of what our country was built on. So if you care about this country, if you're a true patriot, things like this, not Jimmy Kimmel getting fired, but things like the FCC making these comments should be concerning to you.
Yep. I know you got to go. Thank you. Good luck to your mom.
Thank you, man.
And keep us posted on it if you can.
Good luck to your dad, too, Seth.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Thank you for today.
Safe with the delays this year.
Oh, it's like the lightning?
Well, football especially, but yeah.
Oh yeah, they extended the
football they used to play, and
Well, it's lightning now. I think it's 5 or 8 miles.
But even if nothing's happening, like if it's
Well, that's the thing is, if it's lightning, if lightning's detected 8 miles away, they have to.
But I feel like they also if they see something's forecasted still, like something big, like I feel like they hold off. I don't know.
No, I know that.
It seems like pro and college did
That's
it.
That's what they did yesterday at the Rays game.
And I know it didn't rain yesterday, did it? It was just dark.
Yeah, it was just sprinkled. And they put the tarps on and it delayed it 20 minutes.
Remember that conversation about where the Rays are going to play the World Series?
Yeah. Hey, fuck off.
Hey, Merce Trick said that you have to listen to like the sounds of the ocean at night.
Mm-hmm.
And she's playing it out there. That's good stuff. I'm not even joking. I need that in my life.
Workers attack. You how you good box.
Man, I used to do 5 shots of espresso a day. Now I don't even really think about caffeine.
Well, with your drinkies.
No, I know, but I really just have a couple of sips. It's more of like a mental thing.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We were supposed to have John Rocker, former Atlanta Brave, former Cleveland, at that time, the Indians, former Texas Ranger, and pitched 2 games for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays at the time in 2003. Obviously got himself in a lot of hot water for some of his opinions and speech about people that lived in most of the wrath he got was from his opinion about New Yorkers.
If you look at it now, it's not even that big of a deal.
It's not even that big of a deal.
What did he say back then? They all had AIDS or something?
His anti-Semitic stuff was
yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he did. He said some. So it really kind of is a problem, but I don't know that it would be necessarily as big of an issue. As like with the Wonderland Franco deal and stuff like that. You're pictured being a loudmouth and being, maybe racist and well, I don't know. That's probably still a problem in today's world. We were supposed to have him on today at about noon. He called in Lummy late and said he had a family, what he called deemed a family situation or emergency. So we'll have him on next Wednesday. I'm shooting for 11 o'clock. Just him and I. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes.
How are you?
Great.
All right. This is Andy calling you from Southeast Michigan. Actually, I was born and raised in Southern Indiana, but
Southeast Michigan put you like what? Like just south of Detroit?
Yep, you got it. Ann Arbor, Wixom, Novi area.
Yeah,
about 30 minutes west of Detroit.
Yeah, gotcha. So what do you got? What do you got for me, my friend?
Yeah, I was just calling. I wanted to. I was wondering if you guys had heard that Erica Kirk had filed a $40 million defamation lawsuit against ABC and The View.
No, I had not. Let me look for that immediately because that's something that I would be interested in talking about. I want everybody to know how much I absolutely, positively, 100%, unequivocally,
that's nowhere, by the way,
hate The View. I hate The View. I wish they would get canceled, but as a group of ladies that have established a journalistic opinion-based, talk show, I think it might be within their First Amendment right to say what they want about Charlie
It's not
Kirk.
True, Bubba.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see it either.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So
yeah.
But can't believe anything anymore.
That's right. Appreciate it, especially out of Southeast Michigan. And I was going to say, listen, I don't agree with that. I don't. There was also a rumor that, and I think Seth helped. I think Seth debunked it. I mentioned it to Seth yesterday off air, even before the show started. I said, hey, I heard that the shooter, Tyler Robinson's father was going to give the reward money to Charlie Kirk's family, and which I think would be a great move. And Seth's like, that's not at this point. That's a Snopes deal. You're wrong.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten the money at all.
Right.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, man, that would be a good look. I mean, they're saying it's going to be the reward money is going to be $1.5 million. That would
the Kirk's family's pretty well off, but if they need another $1 million, it wouldn't hurt.
It wouldn't be necessarily what they need. I think it would be more of just the general overall look. as to the killer's father trying to do the right thing. He shouldn't necessarily be rewarded for turning his kid in. The people that really need the money could be you could set up college funds for Charlie's kids. I don't know. I think optically it would be a good thing. I don't know if
Charlie hated college.
True. You're right on that. I can't get one by you. You're a goalie, and you're like Hobby Boolin.
That's what
man.
I mean.
I can't get you. I can't get anything through your 5-hole.
I appreciate.
You got big pads, buddy.
I appreciate people that preach that there's other routes in life than just going to college.
Yeah, no, I do too. I'm not a big believer on college. You know what I'm a believer on?
Trade school.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trade school.
You need it.
I'm telling you right now, man. If little Walker gets to be, as he starts getting a little bit older, and if he's not a right guard for a D1 school, or and he says, "Hey, Dad, I don't know if I really want to go to college," and 4 years of nonsense, having to learn all these prerequisite stuff before I can really even get into what I want to be. I want to go to a 2-year trade school so that I can open up my own electrical company.
Electrical, yes, yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
Whether it's HVAC, plumbing, or electrical. Go to a trade school, or welding. Go to a trade school. Learn that trade. Then go work for like a Justin Nash for a couple years as like an apprentice.
Yep.
And then go out and buy your first truck and start doing it yourself. And then, Lummy, the next thing you know, you got...
I feel like you're a life coach now.
But that's... I mean, honest to God, that's how you would do it. I mean, Lummy, you can't find a good electrician.
No, you cannot.
Of course, we got the Nashes.
Yes, we do.
But I mean, you can't find a good plumber. You can't. My plumber that I use, Jason, he has his own. He has 2 trucks. Him and 2 other dudes. He has a total of 3 trucks, and he's like, it's impossible for me to find good plumbers because these kids nowadays don't want to learn a trade. Everything's been done for them. Remember when we were kids and our bikes broke? First of all, we went and got our dad's tools.
Yep.
Which I get my ass beat if I didn't put them back correctly.
Yep.
My dad would be like, "Did you use my half-inch box end? My half-inch open end? Yeah. Did you put it back? No. Get your ass over here." And then when my dad gritted his teeth and told me to get my ass over there, it means I'm getting one. At least one, sometimes to the back of the head, sometimes on the ass. The older you got, Lummy, the less your dad goes for the ass and the more he goes for the head.
Yep.
You notice that?
Yes.
Like my dad went from I think he switched from ass to head at about 12.
That's about right.
Yeah, about 12.
11,
10,
12, yeah.
10, they'll put 3 of you. They'll put 3 on your ass real hard. Bam, bam, bam. And it hurts and you cry. But like about 14, your dad just gives you one of those back of the head slams, you stupid son of a bitch.
And put the screwdriver
Do you know how
back.
much that screwdriver cost me?
Yep.
How much, Dad? $6. Back then. I remember one time my dad had a torque wrench, and it was a really expensive torque wrench. Well, I was using it to just wrench. So, I'm in there putting my bike back together. I take it all apart, grease the chain, make sure it's really, had to move the seat up a little bit, handlebars out. So I had like the sissy banana bars. Let me like you had a chopper, And I had my dad's torque wrench, and it was like a really high dollar. My dad bought everything from Sears Craftsman because they warranted it, and there was a Sears right down maybe 3 miles from our house. And my dad had this really high dollar torque wrench. And it was right when they were starting. Remember back in the day with the torque wrench, they actually had like a little meter on it with a little indicator, and it would just, you would torque it, and the indicator would show you like, 50 pounds. But then they got them for where they would start clicking. So you'd set it at 50, and then you would, tighten your bolt up, and then when it got to 50, it'd click, and you couldn't put any more pressure on it. Well, I had my dad's torque wrench, and it was set at a very low setting, like 25 or 30. So I was just over-tightening everything and really stressing out his torque wrench, doing something to his torque wrench that you're not supposed to be doing, which is to use it as a regular wrench. I put my whole bike back together with this torque wrench. Well, my dad uses his torque wrench. Well, first of all, it's put back where it needs to be, but it still has a 1/2-inch socket on it. My dad never kept his torque wrench with a socket on it. He always kept it bare. So it has the actual socket that I used, and then it's got all this grease on it. Like my dad always wiped his tools down, And he comes to me and said, "Did you use my torque wrench?" I go, "Yeah, Dad, I did. But I put it back." And he goes, "Well, first of all, you didn't put it back correctly. You left the 1/2-inch deep well socket on it. Oh. And secondly, I don't know what you were torquing, but it's out of caliber now." And I'm like, "Well, how do you know that it's out of caliber?" He goes, "I'll show you how. And then after I show you, I'm going to beat your ass." That's what he told me. So he went and got an old school torque wrench, and he set it at 40. And then he set his new one at 40. And the old one, he goes and he knows the bolts. He puts the bolt on the thread, and he torques it to 40 pounds on the old school one, so he knows it's 40 pounds. He goes and puts the new torque wrench, sets it at 40, and it won't even click. Like it won't even default into the 40 deal. So I broke it by like 10 degrees or 10 pounds of foot pressure or whatever they go by. Oh, I got that was a badass whipping. I got kicked on that one.
Oh, kicked.
Did he beat you with the torque wrench?
No, but he hit me like twice in the back of the head, like bam, bam. And then as I was trying to run out of the garage, he kicked me right in the back of my leg. And he's like, said some like maybe 10 F-bombs.
Man, my dad got a new plug-in saw. I snapped the wire on accident. He didn't want me using it, and I put it back, and I used Elmer's glue because I was like 11, and tried to put it back like he did it, and he picked it up and fell apart. But the Elmer's glue did it.
And he knew that he did not do it.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't have put Elmer's glue on it.
Right.
And he asked me, and I said, I didn't do it.
Well, I got one for you here after I take this phone call. This might have been the second.
Then I got one for you.
Okay. These are me and Lummy reminiscing on using our father's tools and getting our ass kicked. Hello.
Hey, what's happening?
What's going on, buddy?
Not too much. It's Rodney from West Virginia. I'm not sure how far away Warsaw, Indiana is from my hometown, but it sounds like we got the same damn father.
Yeah, pretty much. My dad was a good dad, and he was a hard ass, and he worked his ass off, and he worked in the factory, and he could build cars and paint and do body work, and but man, he could also whip some ass too, buddy. Woo! My dad can be smoking a cigarette, holding a Miller Lite, and still get 2 or 3 good licks in. Bam, bam.
Absolutely. Now, I was wanting to go back a little bit. I saw where South Park postponed a episode. I'm not sure if you covered it or not.
No, I'm gonna get into that here momentarily, and that's just so disappointing. Trump's now got South Park scared, and South Park is the ultimate form of satire and comedic type. There's no way South Park should have to be worrying about upsetting the president and doing presidential type stuff. And now they got South Park freaked out because South Park's a part of Comcast, I think Comedy Central, that whole, it's owned by one of those huge conglomerates that's all afraid right now, according to this jack-off FCC, head of the FCC we got now.
I hear you. I don't want to step on anything that you're doing. I just want to say maybe Kimmel could go all animated. But other than that, I just want to say thanks for what you're all doing, and a personal thanks for letting me come into the studio probably about 10, 15 years ago. You're a great individual, and I can only wish the best for you, man.
Thank you, my friend.
You and everybody on that show.
Hopefully you check out the doc if you can.
Absolutely, I'm on it.
Video killed the radio star. Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. So me and Larry Plummer, we got this kite. I think I've told the story. We got this kite, and we're flying it. We didn't expect it near to go like, I swear to God, it's probably 3,000 feet in the air.
Oh.
I mean, we're out of string now, and we're getting like regular, like we're just trying to find any fishing line or anything that we can just tie onto it and make it go higher.
Nice.
Like we're trying to get it as high as we possibly can. And it's so high, it's like 3,000-4,000 feet. That's this regular kite, and we're sitting in my dad's driveway, and we're like, man, this thing's badass. Well, then we figured out, my dad's going to be home in about 15 minutes, and I'm supposed to be like mowing the lawn or doing something. So I go, Larry, we got to reel this kite in. Well, we start reeling it in. Well, when you reel it in by hand and your kite's at 2,500 feet, it takes a long time to reel it in.
It sure does.
So I'm like, hey, you know what? My dad's got this drill.
Oh boy!
And if I put a big drill bit on the end of it, we can really reel this sucker in. So I go get my dad's drill, plug it in. They didn't have battery-operated stuff back then. You had to get an extension cord and then plug it inside my dad's garage and then bring it all the way out to the driveway. Yep. And then, get the chuck and put the big drill bit in it. So I put the string on the drill bit and I hit it. And, man, it's reeling in like you wouldn't believe. It's coming like it's hauling out. I'm like, yeah, we're going to be great. Well, it got away from me a little bit, Lummy, and the string got caught up into the motor.
Oh, no.
The motor of the drill. So at this point, Larry's like, listen, we got like 5 minutes before your dad gets here. We've got to cut this. So we cut the kite loose. Cut the kite loose. Kite flies wherever. And now we got this drill with a bit, like I'm talking about literally like a baseball size.
So a bunch of string?
Of string on it. And Larry's like, oh, my God, we got to get a utility knife and cut that off. So we got 2 utility knives trying to cut it off. But as we're cutting off the string, we're getting into the housing part of the drill. The plastic housing, which, if you got a knife, is marking all that up. Of course, my dad had a Black & Decker, badass drill, expensive and perfect condition. Had it for 3 or 4 years. My dad took care of all of his stuff. And so we finally get it done, take the string, throw it away. My dad pulls in, we put the drill away. And, when your dad's out working in his garage, he doesn't need his drill every day. Nope. A drill is like such a very specific tool that you may only use it like every once in a while. But when you go to use it, you know what type of condition it's in. So my dad, I don't know, 2-3 weeks later, I'm thinking, oh, man, he's forgot about all this. He doesn't, I even forgot about it. He goes, Bubba! Yeah, come here.
Oh, boy.
Garage door's open. He's underneath one of his cars, and he's trying to drill these brackets to hold his running boards on. And he went to go get his drill, and his drill, it literally looked like Freddy Krueger, like completely cut the entire side of the plastic housing on one side, because we were just in there just trying to cut
all the string out.
He's like, how did this? I know for a fact that I didn't do this. Did you do this? I'm like, well, yeah, me and Larry did. He goes, well, Larry didn't have anything to do with it. It's you. What happened? Well, Dad, we were flying a kite. And we realized that we had to, you were coming home, and so we had to cut the string off the kite. And I think maybe the knife kind of got on there a little bit. Got on there a little bit. You ruined it. There's no just getting on it a little bit. You ruined my drill. That's a $62 drill.
Oh, boy.
My dad would always tell me what things cost. And do you know how long, my dad was saying, do you know how long your old man's got to work in the factory for $62? Do you have any idea? No. Then at that point, he'd just start whipping ass. Like, that's why we called him Kong, because he'd just start whipping ass.
With a cord or?
With anything.
Anything.
Sept, did you ever get your ass whipped? Like, I'm talking about an ass whipping.
No.
No ass whippings?
No.
You never got into Larry's paws tool collection and messed up his Black & Decker half-inch hammer drill?
I never really got curious about tools. I think maybe my dad had like a screwdriver set, one of those with a few minis in there. But yeah, I don't really think he had much other than that.
Not much other than that.
Well, he had a ladder that he would sometimes get on, but that was about it.
But you couldn't mess his ladder up.
No, he would just climb. He would just go on top of the grapefruit tree. Right. That was all.
Lummy, to take the FCC commissioners, I should have just played this all along. It would have saved us a lot of time. This is kind of the 49-second version of the FCC commissioner threatening to do what he's going to do if people have what he deems is hate speech or speech that him or the White House or our current government doesn't like.
There's actions that we can take on licensed broadcasters, and frankly,
and again, I'm having absolute flashbacks of when John Hogan appeared in front of the Congress and the Senate, who was the Clear Channel president at the time, and because they had threatened to take 98 Rock's license away if they didn't fire me.
I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run Kimmel anymore.
All this is going to do is just make your content more vanilla. And it's going to push people. What they don't realize is they are just putting the hammer, they're putting the nail further into the coffins of regular legacy-based terrestrial television, cable, radio. Now radio and cable and legacy TV are going to be even more scared to put questionable programming on in fear that now the FCC will, if Bubba the Love Sponge or Mancow or Howard Stern or Opie and Anthony or Rush Limbaugh, had he been alive, Glenn Beck, anybody doesn't sit there and toe the corporate MAGA D and suck MAGA D, and you question anything, that this bald-headed dildo to the right could come in and completely upend your world. And don't think that my world hasn't been upended before. I had it all taken by the FCC.
Do you think you should be there for Jimmy Kimmel, right? Maybe go through Howard Stern and say, hey, I've been there.
Well, no, Howard's been there too.
Well, I know, but you could both maybe be there. He probably really needs both of you.
We'd be like, hey, Howard, there's one thing we can come together. We both are poster child. We're both poster children of what the FCC can do for you.
I know that this doesn't make it...
maybe have Jimmy on?
Yeah, oh, for sure. I know that this doesn't make it any better or any worse, but I feel like they were really, really, really trying to find a way to get Kimmel out of there for a while, and I just felt like it was a matter of time, and this was it.
And you know what he should have done, quite frankly? Because he should have known they're laying for him. He should have just not said anything. It's just easier not to say anything.
Until you straighten this out, because we licensed broadcaster, are running the possibility of fines or license revocation from the FCC if we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion. So,
thank God we've established a digital presence, and I'm working with guys like Danny Jones and Matt Cox to continue to try to further do more one-on-one interviews and build up our YouTube channel, because that's where you gotta be.
Yes.
That's where you gotta be.
I think, again, Disney needs to see some change here, but the individual licensed stations that are taking their content, it's time for them to step up and say, this, garbage, to the extent that that's what comes down the pipe in the future, isn't something that we think serves the needs of our local communities. But this sort of status quo is obviously not.
You know what? Broadcast garbage is not illegal. It's not illegal. And there's all type of case law. The Supreme Court voted on this not too long ago, and by an overwhelmingly huge decision. I'll get to that momentarily. Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Oh, they're going to turn to Netflix.
No, they're not going to be able to screw with streaming. They're not. That's not part of the public airwaves.
Kimmel may go on there as his show.
No, what I'm saying is streaming is still going to be protected and not screwed with by the FCC because it's not consumed over public airwaves, and it's behind a paywall. So streaming is where you need to be. And Jimmy Kimmel, I don't know that even Netflix would touch him right now.
Maybe Hulu.
Sir, I'm not going to run through the possibilities of where Jimmy Kimmel could end up, my friend. I don't have that time. And quite frankly, I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. I don't like him one bit. I don't like what he said about Charlie Kirk, but it shouldn't be illegal. Now, if the affiliate thinks it's distasteful, cancel them all you want. If the advertisers think that it doesn't align with their views, cancel them all you want. Don't have the FCC in here threatening to take people's license because something objectionable, not obscene, not indecent, something objectionable was broadcast on legacy media. Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, this is Greg from Texas.
Hey, Greg.
I think the biggest issue is Kimmel started out picking, not the big stuff, but when Trump got elected, picking. Hit Trump, and he's like, well, I can get away with this. Let me go up to Melania. Well, when they started making cracks about the wives and stuff on both sides,
doesn't matter.
I think that's what
should be protected. It should be protected. You making fun of the president's wife, making fun of Kamala Harris, making fun of Joe Biden, all of that should be protected.
All right, man. Have a good day.
Yeah, I mean, don't get mad at me,
well,
bud.
I mean, no, he wants them gone. He wants them.
Well, he's wrong. We start living in that society, things get really, really slippery.
That's right.
Donald Trump rolls out with Pam Bondi, and she's all kinds of threats. Here are the Supreme Court precedents that targeting hate speech will violate. Bondi and Trump will not be able to get this nonsense past the FCC, which I think is 6-3, and a conservative will laugh at this. This is fundamentally hurt philioma. And you know what? Your president and commander-in-chief cannot get his feelings hurt this easily and put laws in place to stop it. You just can't do it. I'll do that next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
This EGP for 5 months. Thank you, William A. Vaughn and Nicholas Link. What's up, Big Red? Morning, Nick the Gun Guy.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them. We had some new...
Yeah, Bubba did hear about Tony Enrico.
How you feeling? Is that better?
Yeah, okay.
What's up, Scott Surfboard? White iced tea. Morning, Rainy. The chief in Orlando. Dirt Merchant. 11 close. I tried Big Red 4th Gen. Roofing. TJ from Jersey.
The paycheck cleared. Thank you.
Good morning, Bubba. show. This is Lummy. Good, how are you doing?
Oh, I want to dance with somebody. Woo! What up, Lou? What's up there, merchant?
Hey, let me know when let me know when Hierarchy gets his pants, okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, that's why we got paid. That's what it was. The pants money.
Woo! Yeah, exactly. Lobo's the first player. You have a good one too. Big gun guy. What's up, Grove to Blazing Blues? From Australia. New Zealand. Alright, Fred, good morning. That's a good one. Good one.
I wanna dance with someone who loves me. Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance. Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance. Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance. Do you know that one, Lummy, or you just?
Whitney Houston? Of course. It's a good too.
Man. Wait, what'd you say?
Whitney Houston, good too.
Oh, I thought you said Tina Turner.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm hearing things over here.
Tina Turner can't touch Whitney Houston.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today will be a mass exodus of Sept's. Obviously, his father Larry is going through some testing. Brian had to go and be with his mom, who's suffering a very, very, very serious situation with regards to her heart. And then, usually on Thursday we do the Blizzard, which is arguably one of our most popular podcasts. That will not be available today. But and they're not going to be, and he's not going to be here next Thursday either.
We'll do one. If everything's decent with Brian's mom, we'll do one. We'll do one in between now and then.
Yeah, you guys will sneak one in.
Yeah,
absolutely. 813-902-8222. 813-90-BUBBA. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. We sold out of knives. Again, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop. Although we do have, I think, 250 of those white ones with black skulls coming. I think those are coming. And the new Bubba Army car decals, the raised hard plastic ones, are selling quite briskly as well. So again, and don't forget, Apple TV, Google Play, and Amazon. Search "Video Killed the Radio Star" movie and watch that. That's probably the greatest gift and thing that you can do for the show right now.
We've been getting emails from people in all sorts of different parts of the world asking about it, and I just delete them. I assume there's other important people in the email that can get to it. Is it available in like Australia and stuff?
I respond to them.
Okay.
Yeah, you delete and let me respond. That just goes to that just goes to show you.
Well,
Lummy loves me, and you're just here for a paycheck.
No. Lummy, I send stuff to Lummy sometimes. If I'm not sure if people saw it or not, but when it's a question about where to get the documentary, I'm like, oh no, this is not me.
That's Lummy. Hi, who's this?
Hi, this is Shane.
Hi, Shane. You're on the air, bud.
Hey, buddy. I'm Shane from Charlotte. I called you a while back about Tyler, his racing deal.
Hey, you know what? Hold on. I actually have, and I don't know if I should say this, but
Tyler and I are communicating right now via text.
Man, that's great.
And I am just beside myself. It's like I'm in such a great mood. I feel so very fortunate. We've not seen each other. It's very lighthearted at this point, but he's returning my texts. I told him I loved him yesterday.
September 18th. Never forget. Write it down, Lummy.
Oh my God, I'm almost ready to cry.
Not to be confused with June 18th.
The 18th is a good day.
Yeah.
I'm just. He.
How did that happen, Sponjo?
His girlfriend. His girlfriend Ace. She when I threw out there that I'd like for them to have their trophies. Remember that, Lummy?
Yes.
And she reached out to me and said we'd like to have them. The trophies that you have stored there, because I want him to have them. I'm never going to throw them away ever. Even if he didn't want them, I would find a place for them. But when I said that, she reached out and then she said, "Hey, Tyler, you're not blocked or anything like that with regards to Tyler. If you want to reach out to him."
Damn.
And so yesterday I did. He texted me back. And listen, I don't necessarily want to talk about it.
No, you don't have to get the nuts and bolts of it, man.
Because I'm going to start crying.
No. You know what's funny?
Yeah, but it
sorry.
really is a great thing.
This guy brought up Tyler, so it got me down that rabbit hole. And so
I'm sorry about that, buddy.
That's okay, but I'm just really, 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 really excited that I might be able to, see and talk and hug and give him a kiss. I miss my son more than you guys could ever imagine.
Well, I'm sorry, Bubba. I didn't mean to bring that up.
No, you got some news out of him. I mean, that's good.
I mean, it's all good. Like, there's not a bad thing about it, and I gotta thank Ace for I think maybe kind of putting it all together. And I hope that we can get another chance to do this again. And I've learned from my mistakes that I've made. And I just like to have a relationship with my son and his fiance, and I just, there's been a void in my heart for as long as it's been going on, and I just love my son.
Does Lasker have something to do with this?
How about that?
No, I don't think so.
I put it all together.
Yeah, I did. I put him all together.
I thought he was trying to put a racing deal together.
But Tyler's racing for somebody else, so he can't do that deal.
That's cool.
Anyway, sir, let's get to what you want to talk about, because I'm literally I'm crying right now.
I wanted to see what you thought about your buddy Tony and Rico getting together.
I think it's unbelievable.
I called it.
You did call it, and I was trying to downplay it because you were right yesterday.
I was just being stupid.
I know you were being stupid, but you were dead on, and I was like trying to move on from it. Because you were dead on, and I didn't want to harp on it. You'd be like, "Hey, little Rico."
He's the only guy I know.
Shut up, Seth. Shut up.
Well, you know what I thought? Here's my thing: is everybody thought it was going to be somebody else, Gio or Hod and Shield, and it's totally.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it's Rico. Because Rico and Tony are genuinely good friends. Rico actually, when he actually lived with Tony for a couple years in Tony's big house in Columbus when Rico was making the transition of relocating from California to Indiana.
Was he his houseboy?
No, he wasn't his houseboy.
Okay.
But I'll tell you one of the main reasons. One, Rico is one of the top 3 sprint car drivers in the world right now. Not under Tony's banner, under his own. And the other thing is Ricky Warner, the crew chief of Rico, used to be, when Donnie Schatz was winning all the championships, Ricky Warner was the crew chief, and that's who's the crew chief of Rico's car. And Tony's very familiar and with Ricky Warner, knows that he's an absolute stud when it comes to setting up sprint cars. So you got the best driver, you got arguably one of the best crew chiefs, and now they'll even be that much better funded. Look out, buddy, because Rico Abreu is going to win some championships, and I agree with you. I know them both, and I'm so happy for them. I'm so proud of them. and this was the right decision. This could be a dynasty. This could be a Donnie Schatz, Steve Kinzer type dynasty.
No, you think it's going to be that big?
It could be.
10-time, 12-time winner?
Rico is so young. Ricky's got a lot of gas in his tank. The technology on these things don't change so quickly that Ricky can't keep up with it. This is great news for the sprint car racing community. It really is.
Now they're going full time high limit, right?
Full time high limit, which absolutely screws World of Outlaw, because World of Outlaw now is losing Rico. And Rico's a huge draw. I mean, you got Brad Sweet, Kyle Larson, Rico. I mean, that's your top three guys. I mean, that's going to pack the stands out. I wish, I wish we could get them to Ocala Speedway, but they are always seem to be on the West Coast when we start our February season. But I'm going to make a phone call today and see if I can get a hold of Brad Sweet or somebody and pull some strings, because man, what a great announcement! I have it actually right here. Them interviewing Rico in the pits yesterday, and I'm going to play it right now.
Bubba, I honestly don't know. I don't really understand what's going on, but I do. He's with Tony Stewart now.
Yeah, little Rico is with Tony Stewart now.
And I know he was a badass driver, right?
Badass driver with his own stuff.
And he's a little guy for what people don't know.
Sir, thank you for your call.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, no problem, Bubba.
All right, man. So he now, Tony is, a legendary car owner. Started with Danny Lasowski, went on to he actually owned Steve Kinzer's car for Steve's last few years. Then went to Donnie Schatz. I don't know how many championships they run together with Ricky Warner.
Is this like Tom Brady signing Joe Burrow?
Yeah. No, this would be like because Rico's young. So this would be almost like the Packers signing Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is only 26 years old.
Oh, it's all about those stupid yellow ass. Sorry.
Man, look at you.
I'm sorry, man.
Look at you.
It's not, there's other. I try to use some neutral teams here.
You could say when John Elway brought in Peyton Manning.
Right. Okay. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, but see, Peyton Manning was still on the backside of his career. Rico's barely 30 years old.
All right.
Well, hold on here.
Kind of a quiet day news-wise here in southern Indiana at Lawrenceburg Speedway.
I'm actually going to see if I can have Rico on next week.
Oh, sweet. Rico Abreu, anything new in your world?
Oh man, I don't know. We had an incredible announcement today. We're joining forces with Tony Stewart Racing. I'm going to pilot the Tony Stewart Kerbagajanian number 24 starting in 2026. Tony and I have had, over the last decade of our friendship, that I've got to know him. We've had multiple conversations about trying to figure out how to join forces. And the timing was just right here, to put something together going into the 26th season. Excited to bring TSR to high limit. I think that's really, really incredible for the sport.
And I'm telling you, Ricky Warner is the glue that keeps this together. This doesn't happen without Ricky Warner.
Ricky Dub, baby.
Ricky Warner. This doesn't happen without Ricky Warner. And that's the difference.
To have an organization, for me to be associated with an organization, just with that championship.
And by the way, let me guess who saved Ricky Warner's life?
Patterson, Gooch.
Dr. Dan Diaco.
Really?
He was, gonna die from COVID because he had some pre-existing conditions, including cancer, and nobody in Indiana would treat him.
We know the end of this story, Bubba, because Dan was 600-0 during COVID.
Yeah, well, yeah. Dan's got better percentages than Belichick when he was with the Patriots. So Ricky Warner had some pre-existing conditions, and in little ass, Hickville, Indiana, these doctors would not go. They would not go outside the box with the ivermectin and the oxycycline and the Z-Pack and the rest. What is that thing that you breathe into?
Oh man!
I forget what it was. But anyway, so Tony calls me. Tony Stewart calls me. He says, "Hey, man, this is when Ricky was still crew chiefing for Donnie Schatz." And he's like, Bubba, is there any way? Of course, sumo's a part of every deal. Sumo tells me that your plastic surgeon boob doctor has a hot shot setup on COVID that's really non-conventional than anything we can get here in Indiana. But Ricky Warner is not doing good. His levels are down. He might die, and I can't lose him. And so I blew a call into Dan. Dan blew a call into Ricky's wife, got Ricky on the phone, went through the symptoms, had to call like 4 or 5 different pharmacies in Indiana because all the pharmacists were telling them, no, we're not prescribing ivermectin here in Indiana. You got to go with the Placadil or whatever the standard USD, whatever the standard big pharma deal want. That's what you're going with. And Dan Diaco, and I think Ricky Warner and his wife would tell you, Dan Diaco saved his life. Dr. Diaco saved Ricky Warner's life, and Ricky Warner is the greatest crew chief in all of sprint car racing. You take that along with one of the greatest drivers right now, and you have the funding of Tony Stewart. Bitch, you're going to win some championships. And I can't wait to watch it.
Old incredible infrastructure, and we're going to be able to bring, this amazing sprint car team that's associated with mine, some love. And with Ricky Warner, Zach Middlebrooks, Brady Forbrook, it's going to be an incredible opportunity for everybody, and get Ricky back to TSR and, continue the...
See, when Ricky left TSR, Donnie forced him out, and so Ricky went from TSR, Tony Stewart Racing, back and over to Rico. Rico was running his own team, and that's probably been the difference of how good Rico is because he's got the Ricky Warner touch now.
The championship model that they have.
You've been a very vocal supporter of High Limit since day one when you showed up to race underneath Brad and Kyle and Flo's championship here. Tony Stewart sells the All-Star Circuit of Champions to Brad and Kyle to let it become Kubota High Limit Racing. With your support, Tony's background in the sport, this all kind of seems like a really kind of match made in heaven kind of scenario. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I love the vision of all of it, and I love to support it. I love the sport, just how passionate I am. And you see Tony's passion with dirt track racing and just his comments and his love for sprint car racing specifically, and what he's done at Eldora Speedway as a team owner, a racer, just for what he's done for the sport of NHRA. And I'm
just telling you, man, Tony Stewart's the man. Should I have Tony on next week, or should I have Rico on, or should I have them both?
Both.
Man, I'd have Rico on. You've had Tony on a couple times recently.
Yeah, let me get Rico on next week.
And Rico with Gene?
Yeah, Gene.
Oh, yeah, Rico with Gene. But as long as Gene, let me tell you something, Rico, you little guy.
Here's what you're doing wrong.
Let me tell you something. If, you were down in Florida 20 years ago, I'm just telling you, you might be getting a lot of seconds. You know what I'm saying? The O2 might have be able to put a bumper on you. You weren't going to slide, old Gene Lasker. I ain't lifting. I got the gift. I don't lift. How about it?
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Man.
Nebulizer.
Yes.
How come you didn't fucking say anything to me about guessing Rico yesterday? You should have been like, your mind should have been blown.
Because Sumo was telling me to shut the fuck up because they hadn't announced it.
No, I know, but your mind should have been blown that I guessed that, right?
It was blown to the point where I was fucking freaking out that you would... I couldn't indicate that you were right because I didn't want to be the one that leaked it.
I know. But just sitting here through osmosis, I've learned about race cars against my will.
I know. Next thing you know, Sammy's going to want to drive a race car. Yeah, so short it, and then give me the full segment.
All right.
Thank you, lover.
You want the phone call in there, too?
Yeah. No,
Not the short, but the segment.
Yeah.
Okay. Steve Robo. CCR, what's up? Hoss 83. What's up, Bulldog Tommy?
Daniel Rose is a good dude.
He is.
He's a fucking good dude.
Salt of the earth.
Daniel Rose, you're a good fucking dude, buddy.
Hey, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Art from Tiz Arp and Stiz Up is in the Kiz itching for you.
Oh, thank you.
Any tis a sign.
Supposed to keep it on Tiz, though.
I figured, but if I didn't tell you now, I would have definitely not.
Oh, I
remembered.
appreciate that. Glad you said incarnate, though. No, I picked it up.
Nizzo is any biz or he could is under stiz and with sizz f double kiz or he was sizz and
He was sounding like Hogan that one time when he said,
Cliz here water. That's what he would say.
What the fuck?
Bubba, let's get out of Cliz here water.
Take out the Jiskies.
Guys don't talk like that anymore, do they? In wrestling.
No.
They just talk regular English to each other, right? I mean, I don't know. I haven't stepped in the ring in a while. Lummy, what do you know more about it?
Just read the script while they're in the ring. Fun City, 73 months.
Bubba, did I tell you that did I tell you that Lummy helped me put that emblem on my car yesterday?
He did?
Yeah, but it was a little crooked, so he tried to take it off, and it ripped off my whole bumper.
From the
Your bumper is that fragile?
It had that much sticking power.
Yeah.
The adhesive, the 3M adhesive.
So, I'm not like, I can handle it. Lummy kind of got it back in place.
Yeah.
It looks decent.
All right.
Put some bungee cords on it.
Some bungee cords on it.
And some glue sticks,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to tell you, man, those emblems are,
You'll be the hottest guy in car line.
they're sturdy.
I'm just telling you.
Oh, everybody looks down on the guy that's got a dented up car in the car line.
No, I mean, you saw, J.J. Armstrong's rolling around Wawas and shit, and people are putting him over.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Things are. I'm very blessed. I'm very blessed, Lummy. Don't forget. Let's hope that the blessing continues with the big Bubba 199. There's hopefully a lot of people that need to make that last minute push for your 2,400 total, so that you qualify for BARP. So Friday, tomorrow, Bubba 199, 8 to 10 p.m.
Yes.
I think, Big Red, his wife, I think Maria Guatemala.
Yes.
No name Willie.
Yep. The normal crew.
Mushroom Mitch, Bob Cook, Teese, Susan Poitras, Merch Crick. What's up with Heather Wiz?
I saw her say she was going to check her schedule when you mentioned it the other day.
She always says that, and then she always comes back with can't make it.
She's a very busy person. She works at, I don't want to say her job.
No, I know she's, listen,
Yeah.
I know for a fact that
don't.
The instrument, listen, I know for a fact, and I think she's very impressed by it, because when I was talking to her one time about, I'm like, Wizzy, what do you actually do? She's like, well, I work for this company that's in R&D on this device that when women are giving birth and they're bleeding too much, like what Brooke Hogan went through, and you're bleeding too much, you put this device and it covers the cervix. I would be saying if I don't know what I'm talking about, but they put this device inside of a woman, and it stops the bleeding, and it's made for women who've given kids. And this was like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. She was on the nursing end of the R&D, the research and development of this particular device, and that device is now in the marketplace, I think, for well over a year. And that device is what saved Brooke Hogan's life when she was losing mass quantities of blood while giving birth to her twins, and they were ready to start doing blood transfusions. That's how bad it was.
Wow.
So I think that maybe she's developing a new product.
Maybe.
And that's way more important than I thought, maybe what she was doing. So I can't bitch, she lives 2 hours away, if she gets off work 5:30, and she lives 2 hours away, it might make it a little bit hard to get here. I understand. So a lot of people are like, okay, what did Jimmy Kimmel actually say? What did Jimmy Kimmel actually say? And so I got his monologue. It's a minute 55, and it's in its entirety. This is what got him taken off the air, suspended indefinitely. I don't know if it's going to be forever. I heard that his contract ended at the end of this year.
Oh, it's got to be forever.
So yeah, I think
if they all threaten to pull out, then that's got to be.
And especially if it's coming from the affiliates, not the government. The government's you can see the government's trying to get their ducks in a row to be able to come down on other people, but they don't have those systems in place yet. So Jimmy's not getting fired by anything that the FCC is trying to drum up. Jimmy's getting fired for, like you said, Seth, the affiliates are pulling. And as well as I do, having done radio as long as I have, and you have, that if you are a widely syndicated content provider and you have 28 or 30 affiliates out of, I don't know, whatever, a third of your affiliates are pulling, you're done. You're done. You're done. That's non-survivable.
The key to taking people down is obviously, finding out where all the money's coming from.
Right.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately.
And I don't want anybody, I don't want anybody to think that I condone what Jimmy says. I don't want anybody to think that I'm on his side of the fence. But I do think that Jimmy has the right to say it. And then Jimmy has to suffer the consequences of saying it, and he is. What I got a problem with is when the federal government steps in now and will start regulating free speech. Because sometimes free speech is ugly. Sometimes free speech is objectionable. Sometimes free speech pisses you off. Let's not forget the absolute fundamental case law, Flint versus Falwell, and the movie that starred Woody Harrelson, the People versus Larry Flint. But the first, the case law that the United States Supreme Court goes by with regards to your freedoms of expression and free speech came from when Larry Flint, the owner and publisher of Hustler magazine, had a cartoon in Hustler of Jerry Falwell's, who was at that time, one of the most popular preachers in all of America. I think it was his mother giving oral sex to an African American guy through an outhouse, like a kind of a glory hole kind of deal.
Yeah.
And
enough to get our rocks off.
Jerry Falwell was absolutely beside himself that somebody would publish a cartoon character of his mom given oral sex. I don't know if it was a black guy or not, but I knew it was something like that. And he immediately sued Larry Flynt, and the United States Supreme Court backed Larry Flynt's ability to do a cartoon of Jerry Falwell's mom giving oral sex in an outhouse, and that's fundamentally the case law that they've used in almost every First Amendment issue that's been brought to the Supreme Court since I think it was in the 70s, and so it's very sacred. And you don't really appreciate the First Amendment until you don't agree with something and something offends you. Then that's when you truly appreciate the First Amendment. It's what makes our country different than any other country.
Are you?
I believed in Charlie Kirk. I liked Charlie Kirk. I liked his message. I thought sometimes he did kind of start going down a little bit of a racial path at times. I thought he got on a little bit of a slippery slope with Israel, but genuinely he lived his life to the letter of the Bible, and he should be with us today. And nobody should be killed for their verbal opinion, whether it be hateful or not. Now, if you say, hey, you're Jimmy Kimmel, and you say, hey, go out and kill the president tomorrow, and it's not in a joke. I mean, didn't we have excerpts, Seth, of Madonna saying she wanted to burn the White House down?
Yeah.
Then we had Johnny Depp saying, when's the last time an actor killed a president?
Oh, yeah.
None of those. Listen, neither one of those two suffered anything.
I'm sure the Secret Service might have had a word with them, but
probably.
yeah, that
is that why Madonna's looks has changed because she got shot in the face?
We hit some new lows over the week.
Do you compare what ABC did to what they did to Roseanne Barr, same as Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah. Yes. Roseanne Barr should have never been. Well, see, here's the thing, though. The Roseanne Barr deal was that she was making fun of a black person who she said looked like a monkey or an ape.
She said a Planet of the Apes or something.
Or an ape on her Twitter account.
Yeah.
That had nothing to do with the FCC. That was strictly an ABC decision. So I stand behind ABC in that because it wasn't an FCC issue. The FCC didn't try to make it an FCC issue. They realized that was an ABC issue. It offended the ABC executives, and she got fired, as she should have. But the FCC didn't dabble in that at all, and they shouldn't dabble in this. ABC's going to make the right decision here. They have. This was not... This is your show, but it's our network and it's our real estate, and at the end of the day, if you say something that pisses us off, we're no longer going to give you that privilege to be on our platform. That's an ABC decision, not an FCC decision. I wholeheartedly stand behind that.
Again, with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
ABC has suspended Jimmy Kimmel's late night show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, indefinitely. Oh, I thought, after comments that he made about Charlie Kirk's killing, led a group of ABC affiliate stations to say they would not air the show. I thought that because there's more to it.
We were just about to walk in. Interestingly enough, they waited.
This is California, by the way.
Oh, boy.
To pull the plug on this right as the studio audience was about to walk in. It wasn't like this morning or last night. They waited.
I wonder who goes and sees shows like this, man.
A guy that looks like a gay Andrew Dice Clay.
Want to come into work today,
Has anybody tapped him on the shoulder and said, those glasses are about as douchey as you can possibly get, sir?
I think that's the look he's going for.
They didn't tell us what had happened. They just said that the show was canceled. Initially, my concern was I hope everyone's okay, no one got injured. As they told us the show was being canceled, at the same time online, they announced that it was indefinitely, which we can probably assume is forever.
I thought that the article...
I sent you the full...
Okay, it's taken off the air.
It's what?
It's 2 minutes and 54 seconds.
Because of certain comments that were made, which I was not aware of, and then I went to go look to see what those comments were, and they didn't really seem to justify the means. It seemed to be a bit extreme.
And I agree. It's not extreme for ABC to let him go. It's extreme for the federal government to get involved.
Is Jimmy Kimmel a TV martyr?
What's that?
Is he a TV martyr?
No, I don't think he gets any traction on this at all.
Together. Now is the time to find people that are just like you, who feel the same, and join with them and drag them along tomorrow, 4:30, right here. Be in protest, standing with Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel.
Poor dog.
Standing with Jimmy Kimmel at 4:30?
Yeah, 4:30.
Oh, God.
Seth, it's 4:25. Where are you going?
I'm
You're
leaving
late.
I'm leaving my family to go stand with Jimmy.
Oh, you are?
Oh, yes.
Who's picking up Sammy at school?
Nobody. She's going to sit there.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
What up, Permagrom? What up, Johnny?
Johnny K?
What?
Johnny K?
No, Johnny Z. Fradley.
What's up, Poodle Boy?
What up, Grumpy? Hey, Bubba.
Hey, Seth Kushner.
Macho, I was coming in this morning, Macho Man was going back out to his car, and he's like, he goes, man.
I hate Bubba.
No. He goes, man, it's really
Let me laugh on that one.
He goes, it's really weird in there this morning. And I was like, oh, shit. I was like, what's going on? He's like, I don't know. He's like, Bubba's all happy and shit. And I was like, what?
Paul Rogers.
What up, Paul?
I'm just happy that I got a chance to get back with my boy.
What's up, Rucky?
What's up, Rucky?
What up, Dirt Merchant, White Iced Tea, 843, BS Profile. We're going to have to go back and scrub the shows that we talked about him on.
Ooh.
We don't. What?
Oh, sorry, I was.
What?
I was talking to Macho.
What up, Jay? How's New Orleans? Is it nice? Is it balmy? What'd it do, Jeremy? What's up, Bad Jake? Well, Jeff, that's a good question. Thursday night games and divisional games are usually a recipe for who knows what the fuck's going to happen.
Very good offense.
I mean, maybe 31-21 Buffalo? Does that sound right?
Yeah. What's up, Cash?
What's up, Cash? What's up, FF Medic? Thank you, Biker. I appreciate that. What's up, by the way? I'm just saying, Thursday night games, short weeks, and then the divisional. It's
power pick.
Buffalo's schedule pretty much has them set up to go 17-0 this year.
Packers got the Browns, then the Cowboys at Dallas.
We'll soften the Cowboys up for you.
Will ya?
Yo, yeah, we got them this week. America's going to be forced to watch them at 4 o'clock on Fox.
That's how Fox should position it too. America, we're forcing you to watch.
Well, they just take the big markets. You know, the teams blow, but...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios, aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
One of the greatest things you could do is to go to Apple TV, Google Play, or Amazon and type in Video Killed the Radio Star movie. It's a 2-hour and 30-minute documentary that it tells my side of the Hulk Hogan sex tape leaking and distribution. It's distributed. It's been made and produced by Wolf Films. It's one of the things that I get, and tell me if you guys get it too, and dealing with people that have watched it, is how well produced it was. I think that they thought that maybe I'm just some stupid radio guy, and it was going to hire some, stupid radio. Just like, I think.
Yeah, it's very professional.
People are like, wow, this is pretty well done. And I thought the same thing when I finally saw the final product. I'm like, wow, this thing's pretty kick-ass. Anyway, available on 3 different platforms. And this week, as we're approaching the weekend, maybe go out and buy it. And then go to my Facebook page at The Bubba Army, and I have a thread for those that have watched it and what you think about it. What's your opinions of it? And Lummy, I gotta get a hold of the filmmakers and see when they're gonna open it up to other countries.
Yes.
I know it's available in Canada, I think.
Yes, it is.
But we got it.
Australia's screaming for it, Bubba.
Australia's our number 4 country.
Really?
UK is 3rd. Canada is 2nd. Goes USA, Canada, UK, Australia. Wait till we go to China.
Oh boy.
No. They don't know that. This will never be allowed in China.
Yeah, you're right. No. This will never be. I mean, remember
Japan though? They love Hulk Hogan and Bubba the Love Sponge.
So, congratulations to Wolf Films, and they did pretty well in federal court yesterday. That's great, and I'm excited. I had a conversation. I had a text exchange with my son yesterday. I told him I loved him. I'm just really I'm just doing so good right now. I'm looking to maybe when I drive home get in a car wreck or something, because things are going too well for me right now. Usually when I got a bunch of good stuff happens and it has something tragic happens. Hello, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Good morning, Bubba. It's Scout.
Hi, Scout. Yesterday, big gulp, and today you're out the wheel.
Yeah, today I'm at the wheel. First of all, only great things can come from open lines of communication. So congratulations on that. We're super happy for you.
Thank you so much.
I don't know, and so I'm calling to ask, did did Netstar or whatever that company is, the broadcast company with the 28 stations, did they pull out in fear of losing their license, or did their advertisers lean on them?
No. They pulled out in fear that they didn't agree with Kimmel's stance. At this point, the FCC doesn't have any standing to do anything. They would have to pass some laws, or they would have to do some just some other posturing. This has nothing. Jimmy Kimmel getting fired has nothing to do with anything involving the FCC. Now, the FCC is trying to get involved in maybe cases moving forward that they deem as hate speech or something like that.
But did they preempt and say, we don't want this to go any further because we're afraid of what this will start down the pipeline? And did they cave early, or?
I don't know that they caved at all. I think it's their company. They can do what they want. I think that it probably started with advertiser backlash on the local level, and then that goes up the line to the federal, to the distributor or to the the syndicator. But right now, as of right now, the FCC has nothing to do with Jimmy Kimmel getting fired or let go or suspended. They're trying to make it about them. They're trying to maybe possibly jump in. Pam Bondi had a threat to start targeting hate speech. Our government and our president are trying to start that ball rolling, but it's a very slippery slope to start that. And, like Pam Bondi's quote says, freedom of speech is sacred to our country and will never impede upon that. And we will never impede upon that right. Well, you kind of are. Hate speech is also protected under our First Amendment. So you can't.
Absolutely.
Now hate speech, there is such thing as hate speech where you would say, hey, go out and kill all fat Italian women, or go out and kill all black people, or go out and kill all Jewish people. That's hate speech, and that should be deemed hate speech, and that's illegal. That's when the FCC needs to step in and draw boundaries and arrest people and take people's licenses and things like that, but not with what Jimmy Kimmel's. Now, I don't agree with what Jimmy Kimmel said. But the FCC should keep their nose out of this. This is not an FCC issue.
Right, but the president, when you went through all that stuff in 2004, and the president of the company at the time was sitting there, and he said, okay, we'll fire Bubba and please leave our licenses alone, and we'll get rid of Stern and we'll do all that. But they kowtower to protect their license.
Yeah, but hold on. What me and Howard did was way more egregious and obscene and dirty than what Jimmy Kimmel did. Jimmy Kimmel just gave his really not so cool opinion about Charlie Kirk in his monologue. That shouldn't be illegal. You should only be held accountable by your employer, which is who he's being held accountable for.
But is he being held accountable because advertisers were pulling out, or because they were fearful of getting on the pipeline of losing their billion-dollar licenses?
They cannot.
I'm curious where the shakedown comes to.
It came from losing advertisers and the local affiliates not agreeing with Jimmy's speech. There's nobody right now. They've not set nothing in place for license to be revoked yet. They're not, and they cannot revoke them retro. They would be able to revoke them moving forward, but not retro. They can't revoke ABC's license for what Jimmy Kimmel said. They don't have the stuff in place yet. They're trying to go there, and that's what I'm afraid of. But as of
right, so do you think they could have fired him preemptively because it's a soapbox he doesn't seem to want to get off?
It's never going to. They'll never. The federal government will never get by the Supreme Court on being able to take people's broadcast license away based on them not aligning politically with what the president thinks. That will never pass muster. There's case law about it. I was getting ready to cover some of the case law. It just will not. It's a false threat to scare people, but it will never be done. It can never be done. We can't continue as a country if they pass it through.
And Kimmel has not been fired as of now.
Yeah. So just to answer your question, they didn't do it preemptively to try to avoid something. They did it proactively because their existing clients were threatening not to carry the Jimmy Kimmel show anymore.
Okay.
All right,
Very
girl.
good.
All right, girl.
You guys have a good one. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you now.
So since they technically didn't fire him and technically didn't cancel his show,
they're probably going to pay him off. I think. Look and see. I think his contract ended at the end of this year. Look at that, and at this point they would just pay him. Like when Cox let me go on Labor Day weekend of 2015, my contract ended December 31st. They paid me for the 3 months to stay off the air and gave Calta a 3-month head start, knowing that I would go across the street. So let me look up Jimmy Kimmel's contract.
It's like at the end of the year. End of the year, it was done.
So he's done.
Yeah.
I mean, Seth, don't you agree? They just keep him off. I mean, there's only 3 more months left.
No, he'll get paid to the end of the year, and
he's done.
In our bitterly divided nation, where like the rest of the country, we're still trying to wrap our heads around the senseless murder of the popular podcaster and conservative activist Charlie Kirk yesterday, whose death has amplified our anger, our differences. And I've seen a lot of extraordinarily vile responses to this from both sides of the political spectrum. Some people are cheering this, which is something I won't ever understand.
So far, I'm good. So far, he's good.
Yeah.
We had another school shooting yesterday in Colorado, the 100th one of the year. And with all these terrible things happening, you would think that our president will at least make an attempt to bring us together. But he didn't. President Obama did. President Biden did. Presidents Bush and Clinton did. President Trump did not. Instead, he blamed Democrats for their rhetoric. The man who told a crowd of supporters that maybe the Second Amendment people should do something about Hillary Clinton. The man who said he wouldn't mind if someone shot through the fake news media. The man who unleashed a mob on the Capitol and said Liz Cheney should face 9 barrels shooting at her for supporting his opponent blames the radical left for their rhetoric. And then the man who on 9/11, 2001, bragged that his building was now the tallest building in New York, which wasn't even true, by the way, visited the Pentagon for a 9/11 memorial, which, believe it or not,
where Jimmy made a mistake is he made it personal. You know, he just absolutely piled on Trump here. He didn't make it newsworthy. He didn't make it. None of this is funny. It's factual. I guess, but you know, I can see where he's just set himself up to be absolutely make all these affiliates just go bat crap crazy, and you know,
the bigly improvement over last year when he showed up at a 9/11 remembrance at a fire station in Lower Manhattan with a 9/11 conspiracy theorist who claims it was an inside job. This year he brought his wife, which was better for sure. And I have to say, I don't know what's going on, but those two lovebirds, they seem to be closer than ever. I mean, if you see during the ceremony.
And again, this is funny. This is satire. This is comedy. This is all in bounds.
In a tender moment, Donald reaches over and gives her a little tap.
And this is funny. I think that's funny.
He taps her like he's hoping ketchup would come out. And she didn't really respond. Maybe that's their signal for my diaper is full. I don't know.
Again, funny.
And then it was off to New York for a Yankees game. Slow DiMaggio made an appearance at Yankee Stadium after an appearance last week at the U.S. Open. It's all part of his Getting Booed in Public tour. Former Mayor Rudy Giuliani was supposed to go to the...
Yeah, none of this is a problem. None of this is a problem.
Yankee game with him to sit with the president, but he accidentally showed up at a Yankee candle store. So, scam though, he's all over the place right now. You know, last month, Trump...
Where's the problem?
Fired the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor and Statistics because he didn't like the job numbers she released. So we replaced her, and now we have a new round of numbers. And guess what? Those numbers are bad, too. We added 900,000 fewer jobs than projected. I wonder, do you think they fight over who has to give them the news? Like, no, you go, I'm not bringing them these numbers. But say what you like about him. He surrounds himself with the best people.
All right, so that wasn't the monologue that was in question. Let me do a break. I'll end the show. I'm going to go through the Pam Bondi statement, where she seems to be the one that is really at the forefront of maybe, making free speech, a problem, and saying that free speech can also be some free speech can be considered hate speech, and hate speech will not be accepted. And you know what? Hate speech in itself should not be accepted. Hate speech in itself should be illegal. But I think what they determine hate speech is and what hate speech really is really, 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 really planets apart. We'll end the show with that next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Thank you, Wolf Fencing. $20. Yes, he is their virgin. True. Sicilian redneck. What is Grouper Lips?
What up, Blasi? What was that podcast idea you had yesterday, Blasi? I forgot it.
Posse, the gay, the old gays telling the new guy gays.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I gotta get a young gay and I gotta get an old gay.
Well, yeah, the old gay. There, I guess, a group of old gays kind of giving the new gays how to be an old gay. Like that show that where the gay guys would go around and dress you up.
It looks like I gotta get to work on that.
You gonna power pick it up?
You want to go down to Ybor tomorrow night?
Oh man!
Recruit some at the Honey Pot.
I think maybe I'll just post on Facebook like, hey, any gay people here that want to do a show?
There you go.
That'll be like my
Call it big. You can call it the Big Gay Show.
If you go to Grindr for a little bit.
We should have a show called the Big Gay Show.
I feel like there's a show called that.
I do too.
Let's see.
I feel like I've stolen that from somewhere.
Big Gay Show.
I got Lummy Sports Show podcast came out yesterday. Tara's podcast is out yesterday.
The Big Gay Radio Show in Tampa.
Oh yeah, that's where I heard it from. We were up against them for like best show last year. Their best podcast. The Big Gay Show.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What's up, Redneck? Thanks, buddy.
Big Gay, yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Tomorrow, Bubba 199, your last opportunity to qualify for the BARP situation. Phone lines 813-90-BUBBA. 813-902-8222. Quickly. Let's go to him quickly. Keyword quickly. Do not take a lot of time if you could, please. We're trying to wrap this up. Hello, quickly.
Hello, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Jeff over in Oviedo from Customs. Did you get your new box?
Yeah. I don't know if I have.
Yeah,
or
it's here.
Yeah, I did. I don't know if I've opened it yet, but yes, I've gotten it.
Okay, your card is in there.
Oh yeah, there's a new one.
Yeah, I wrapped it in a autographed Tony Stewart bandana.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jeff from Customs.
All right, brother. Take care.
You too, my friend. Thank you. Hello. My last call of the day. Let me that I'm going to try to run through this Pam Bondi stuff as quick as I possibly can, then get the hell out of here. Seth, good luck with your dad.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good luck with your dad, Seth. I don't know what's going on, but hate to hear it. So the Jim Kimmel thing is 100% solely just based on their ratings. Since COVID, between the three of them, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, and Stephen Colbert, their viewership has dropped 65%. And when they cut Colbert, they were even talking like it's just a matter of time before Jimmy goes. And they're all three gone. They're all three gone. They use this opportunity. They use this opportunity to roll him out a little early. His deal ended. Kimmel's deal ended at the end of this year. He was not coming back. Colbert, they obviously axed him. It was $100 million to produce the show. It was making about it was losing about $40 million a year. And so, legacy. Yeah, and between all three of them, you're talking like $500 million in total production costs. And their viewership right now is like 5 million people. Bubba, you have 5 million people listening on all of your platforms right now. Do you deserve a $500 million?
No, God. If I could just have, $500,000. So, but listen, right. Legacy standard late night talk show host. Television is dead. Terrestrial radio is on its last breath. You've got to be playing the digital game. You've got to play the podcast game. You've got to play the interview game. You've got to have your own infrastructure that you own yourself. You can't be beholden by big corporate America that can axe you like they did with Jimmy Kimmel. And I'm happy to announce that we are well on our way within that world. And it was early on in 2017 and 2018, it was a grind. It will always be a grind. But we're
we're well ahead of most radio personalities and the infrastructure that we've built, and it's all because of people like you and other people that watch and download, and BubbaArmyHQ.com, and just all the various, whether I'm selling you a knife, a T-shirt, or you're buying the documentary, I'm always dinging you for something, and you guys keep us in business, and we're so thankful because not a lot of radio personalities have the loyal, cult-like following that we do.
And we're proud of you, man. And with the Tyler thing too, we're so happy for you. I know it's just a baby step, but man, we're pulling for you in everything you do. We're happy for you. I actually have two other things, but I can give you a call tomorrow on it. It's some of the things that I've heard some of the callers, and I love them. Scout and Big Gulp, I know that they're legendary, and I respect them. But there's some things that Big Gulp called in yesterday on that aren't entirely accurate.
I think Big Gulp.
I'll call tomorrow on it.
I think gays are really, really, really. I think gays really hate Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was not very gay friendly, and I think that the gays really hate him.
That's not true, Bubba, and that's.
Well, I think it is true because I know some gays who absolutely hate him. So I do think it's true. And I think they need to take a step back and take his potential opinion of gays off the table and realize. Hold on, Bud. Listen, I gotta go.
I am.
But even if you don't like gays, and you publicly don't like gays, it's not right. But should you be killed?
Even King had to back.
Should you be
had to back up?
All right, buddy, I gotta go. See you later. God, Jesus Christ. Even if you don't like gays, you shouldn't be killed for it. Nobody deserves to be killed. Hope that guy's not mad at me, Lummy. It's just like I couldn't. He's like.
We're gonna work through it tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll call tomorrow. Him and Gene can talk.
Again, Apple TV, Google Play, and Amazon. Video killed the radio star. We got a very favorable ruling in federal court yesterday. We're allowed to proceed. The documentary, that is. We, meaning me, the person that they highlighted, but more importantly, Wolf Films, who owns the whole damn thing. I'm very, very, very appreciative of them. It's their film, and they had a great, great victory yesterday in federal court. Everybody be safe. We appreciate you. BubbaTheLoveSponge.com or BubbaArmyHQ.com for your one-stop shopping with regards to the show. Seth, good luck today, my friend. Give your mom a hug for me if you see her. And Lummy, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
I could have worn up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The
Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.